invisible. 'Cause it seems to me that the more I try, the more I see, the less I understand. And I go for you, and I wish you weren't. So I go to dream. that I don't quite remember.
Happy Sunday, everyone. Welcome to a brand new Chill Art Sunday. We are back in the past. It's 2009 and we are on Windows XP. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you're going to enjoy today's stream. Today's stream is actually the one that I talked about last week that I wanted to do, and that I kind of half already got started on doing. But today the idea is to do the everything only on Windows XP. For those of you who missed, let me start the music first. There we go. Let's pick the playlist with the actual music. There is no sound. Hold on a second. Oops. I wanted to listen to this song here. Hold on, not this one. Yes, this one. There we go. With Windows Media Player 9, nonetheless. Hey, remember when you could change the colors on Windows Media Player? Ah, that is awesome. I miss this feature. Why did Windows have to become so bland and boring? Windows 10 sucks. Also, remember when you could dock Windows Media Player to the taskbar like this and have a little preview? This was awesome. So good, so fun. Windows XP was fun. Anyway, on the last short Sunday, I was talking about how I was thinking about doing a stream where I would only use Windows XP and the art programs that I used to use back in the day, circa 2008, 2009, more or less, around that era. On that stream, I got done with doing a little more progress on those truck designs that I came up with, and well, to be honest, I was feeling kind of bored, and I was a little tired of working on that truck. So, excuse me. Around midstream on that week, I rebooted my second PC and booted into Windows XP, which is what you're seeing here on the screen right now. And I kind of got started on that idea that I had mentioned earlier on that same stream. But I didn't really have much stuff prepared for that stream, so it was kind of something like on the fly. But this time I have some more stuff prepared. For one, I have my favorite songs playlist on Windows Media Player 9 on XP. Last week we were listening to these songs via my main PC, which I still have set up right now and open as a backup. And what else? Oh yes, I also installed a few more programs that I used to have back in those times, although I barely ever used any of these. Well, used these two more often than this one. I think I only used the EasyTune only once back in the day. Paint.net was not there at the time, but I installed it here just because. What else? Oh, by the way, I remembered something. Last week, I was having a little error when I was trying to open a .bmp file to edit on Paint here on XP. The error was something like exp.bmp could not be found or something like that. I figured out why that was happening and how to fix it. Turns out the problem was a registry entry, this one, on my computer, HKey classes root /bmp, this here. Default, it was set to this stuff here. It was set to photoshop.bmp file.10, and all I had to do to fix that error was change it to paint.picture. Do a quick reboot. Actually, no, I'm not sure if I actually needed to reboot, but I did it anyway. But anyway, that fixed the problem. Now BMP files work as they should here on XP. And yeah, let's get started on today's stuff. I also organized a little bit better some of these folders here. Oh yes, of course, I can't forget. Let's have Silvertrot keep us company. Another fun thing that I learned on the last Sunday, and I was actually glad that I did that on stream, was that my tablet, this tablet is new, I've only had this tablet for a few months now. Surprisingly, it works perfectly fine on Windows XP, even though I installed it using a Windows 7 driver. And that surprised the heck out of me. It's awesome. Oh, that's taking a while to load. By the way, is the volume of the music good? I hope it is. I did a little testing, it sounded fine for me, but I don't really know if it is sounding fine to you guys. So if I need to raise the volume or lower it, please do let me know. Let's pick here stallions, unicorns. Oops, my bad. One Silvertrot, please, and give me ponies. And there we go. We have our little guy walking around here. Trotting around here, I should say. He's so cute. Anyway, I gave an icon to the folder nostalgia art that I made last week. And actually last night I was bored and I was watching Game Grumps. I can't draw humans, but for some reason I decided, you know, let's just scribble something. So I went on Open Canvas here on XP and I think I tried to draw Dan from Game Grumps. It actually is not too bad, actually. Anyway, let's go back to this here that I was working on last week. I started last week. This is not something new. I'm just basically redrawing something that I have already done, but here on Open Canvas to see and later compare what this is going to look like in comparison to the original that I made a few months back. Alright, let me grab my pen. There we go. Let's sample, if I can remember how, let's sample this color again. What was the shortcut for the brush? Was it S? No. A? No. F? No. Heck, I can't remember. I also learned a bunch of stuff about Open Canvas that I did not know of back in 2008 or 2009. Like, I had no idea Open Canvas had any keyboard shortcuts like this. I had no idea. Brush to pen. It's A. I thought I had pressed A. Oh, A just switches over here. It doesn't switch over here. That's what I needed to switch. Okay, that is sampled. Alright, so I started coloring this Silvertrot last week. Let's continue doing that now. I'm going to increase the size of this brush. Let's pick size 4. Yeah, 4 might be too big actually. Let's drop it down to 3. When I am done with this here, if I finish it today, I actually don't know what to do next. I tried to think of something else to do as well, but I couldn't think of anything. But I don't know, we'll figure it out as we go. Be careful here with the edges. I don't want to leak any colors. That was one very common problem that I had back in the day when coloring on open canvas, and also Photoshop, but that was before I started using vectors for the final line art. That was when I was still drawing every single line for the final line art by freehand. I would sketch them and then I would have to draw them again, but without using any curve line or anything. I was freehanding everything. It certainly got the job done, but not without causing a lot of need for several fixes everywhere. And that was very time consuming, and the end result, although it would be fine, it wouldn't really be what now I would call good. Because even though I tried very hard to always fix the flaws, stuff would always still escape me. So if you go back to my old stuff from 2008, 2009, sometime 2010, actually I don't remember when I started drawing stuff using vector lines for the final line art. But anyway, you go back to the pictures from the time when I was not using vectors for the final line art, and if you look for the details, you certainly will find bits and pieces where there are colors leaking past and outside the line arts, and a few other flaws. All stuff that you won't find nowadays. By the way, my wrist is much better now. It still hurts, I still have troubles driving. Actually, this last Thursday was the first time I got back into the car to drive it after I hurt my wrist a couple weeks ago. Wow, it's already been 2 weeks by now? No, it's been a little over 1 week, but you get what I mean. I've managed to drive, but not without having a lot of difficulty, especially with gear shifting. To turn the wheel, I had to do it mostly with my left hand. To shift gears, I could do it with the right hand only for the most part, but it was difficult. It hurt to shift into second, fourth, but especially to shift into reverse. Actually, to shift into reverse, I always had to use my left hand. I would do it with the right hand, but I needed to use the left hand to actually, you know, use strength on the gear shifter. That was upsetting. Also, the parking brake, pull the thing up to engage the parking brake, I'd have to do that with the left hand. And to release it, I would have to do it very slowly with the right hand. But today, I haven't driven today or yesterday. But today, I think my wrist feels much better than it did, especially on Thursday, this last Thursday, when I drove for the first time after I heard it. Actually, on Monday, tomorrow, I'm gonna have to drive again. Excuse me, Silver? But that's gonna be to take the car to the repair shop, because it needs to have its back suspension repaired. The stuff back there is not doing very well, you know, I gotta tell you. I'm gonna drive the car there, leave it there, and come back home on foot. Because at the moment I ain't got no money for Uber. Yes, I am that broke. But in any case, now see how bad, or better I should say, my wrist is tomorrow. Now I should have done those exercises to stretch my hand before drawing. We talked about those exercises before, but because of my bad wrist, I can't really do that. Well, I can, but that triggers a lot of pain. And then aching. Constant aching, and I am not willing to put up with that. And hey, see how much faster I am today with the brush strokes? That's all thanks to my wrist being better. But again, as I said, it still hurts, but it's far less than it was hurting last week. There we go. Almost done with this hoof. And voila. Like, drag the canvas around like this in open canvas. I had no idea I could do this back in the day. I would always come down here to the scroll bars. Always. That is not bad, it's just, you know, it takes a little extra time to do that. Also, by the way, I have figured out how to spin the canvas around like this in Photoshop. I had no idea I could do that on CS6, but I can. And I learned how. I'll show you later. Though I don't think I can do that on CS3. I tried to do it the same way I did on CS6, but I couldn't do it. I don't know if you can do that on CS3, which is the version that I have installed here right now. There it is. Although, to be honest, back in 2008, 2009, I did not use Photoshop CS3. I was using Photoshop CS... Actually, no, I was using Photoshop 7.0, which is much earlier, a much earlier version than CS2. After after Photoshop 7.0, I think I used Photoshop CS for a little short while, and then I migrated over to Photoshop CS2, which I used for several years until it must have been 2014 at most when I installed Photoshop CS6 alongside CS2. So for a while I was using both versions, though it's still mostly CS2 only. But then CS2 started to bug out like mad, so I eventually uninstalled it and I kept CS6 only. Oh, this part here is also missing color. Almost forgot. And his little right ear right over here. His cute little ear. There we go, and save. Always remember to frequently save your progress, my friends. Oh yes, this little bit over here. There we go, now I can save it again, properly. And for his fur, that should be all the color that I have to add for now. Now, of course, his mane and tail also technically do count as fur, so let's work on that now. Let's sample this color first. And let's add it. Now, I do have to be honest with you, if I were to actually be doing everything, literally everything, like I used to do back in 2008, 2009, I would be pointing a webcam at the screen right now and be live streaming on Livestream Procaster, because that's how I used to do back in the day, and that was horrible. Terribly awful quality. But hey, that is how I actually got started. And yes, I used to stream back in the day. I didn't start on Twitch. Twitch didn't even exist. But eventually I ended up giving up on streaming for a few years. And the streams that I do nowadays, this is basically like a second season of sorts. Much better, I might add. And of course, you are free to disagree when I say that this is much better than it used to be. You might say, ah, your stream suck. And I mean, that's fine. You are entitled to say that, I believe. But if we are to compare to what my streams used to be like back in those days, then I mean, even you would have to agree that now it's much better. Even if just in terms of the image quality and sound as well. For one, I didn't even use a microphone back then. I could, but the quality would be abysmal, and my English was terrible back then. My English was super broken. I mean, I was still learning. Well, technically speaking, I am still learning right now. It's an eternal learning. To live is to learn. Now, I am not too sure how I am gonna do the streaks on his mane and tail here in Open Canvas. Now, of course, I'm gonna have to freehand those. Oh, by the way, I have learned. Remember when I was telling you guys last week that I could not, for the life of me, remember how I used to make straight lines in Open Canvas? Because I thought it was by holding Shift and clicking around like you can do in Photoshop. But in Open Canvas, if you press Shift, it is actually going to use the color picker to sample a color, whatever color you have under the cursor. So that doesn't work. I figured out last night, and turns out it was not by Shift clicking around. It was actually the line tool. I used to use this line tool here all the time to draw straight lines when I needed them, and sometimes even curves like this here. I would do it by clicking, kind of like drawing polygons, I suppose. So that is another thing that I remembered how to do. Let's pick the eraser. That caused a little leakage right here. Very little. Now, one thing I definitely don't like about Open Canvas is that whenever you switch between tools here, the specs, they change. They get reset to their default value. So like, for example, if right now I have a brush width of 3 pixels. If I switch to the eraser, or if I click this tool here again, it is going to reset back to 1.5. I don't like that. In a way, it's good because you can always have the default value if you ever need or want it, but that also means you have to constantly be changing the settings back. And also you have to always remember what setting you want for a specific area or something that you are working on. Or like right now, I want a brush size of 3, so I have to always remember that whenever the specs there get reset. Oops, I right-clicked by accident. Did that do something? I don't think so. Okay, over here I think I will intentionally leak the brown into the light gray here of his fur, just so I can properly color this part here. Let's resample the fur curd. Let's resample the fur coat color and fix this. There we go, and his mane is colored, at least the first base color. Let's now work on his tail. I remember when Windows Media Player used to display the name of the song down here when it switches. Like that, see? I miss that. Why did they have to remove this feature from Windows Media Player? It was so good. It was so really good. And the visualizations as well, like this here. Right now I have these bars, but I can change I can change them. See? Remember these? These were super fun. And you could actually watch videos or movies like this. Like you could be watching a TV show while working or browsing the web like this. This was really good. Let me switch back to those bars that I had here. I remember back in the day I used to stare at these visualizations when listening to music. They were mesmerizing. Where's those bars? Ah, there they are. Okay, but I'm not gonna keep this visible because it kind of gets in the way a little bit. Actually, I will. If that causes me any difficulties, then I'm gonna disable that. Oh, interesting, the toolbox on OpenCanvas gets on top of it. Alright. Fair enough. Let's be very careful with the edge here, the line art. I don't want this brown to leak. Don't take that out of context. Although it's always a good thing to not allow the brown to leak. If you know what I mean. Ah, toilet humor. Why is it funny? It should not be funny. Go circular movements so I can cover the most area and not leave any piece of canvas uncolored. That's something I learned in art class back in school when I was a kid, and it is a good trick. Well, trick is probably not quite the most appropriate term, but rather technique. Super basic stuff, of course. Mind you, I never really went to art class proper. I'm talking about the basic art classes that you would have in preschool and what's it called in English? Here in Brazil we call it fundamental. But I think it would be the equivalent in the United States, for example, would be primary school. Yeah, in primary school. Get this back to 3. Go. Actually, I would like to go to an actual art school and properly learn advanced stuff, especially learn how to become an animator. I know in theory, I know the theory of animation, how it works, you know, frame by frame and stuff, but to actually do that and learn how to properly use a tool, I don't know any of that. I would love to learn it. Actually, thanks to My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, believe it or not. For years, I've been wishing to become an animator. Excuse me, Silver? I'm gonna need the eraser again. That is actually one of my, for now at least, one of my dreams. Become an animator, and who knows, maybe be able to make a career and live in the US and work with that. Frick, I leaked a color again. There we go, I should save. Haven't saved in a little while. We are almost done going around this tail. Once I am done, I will use a larger brush to color the inside more quickly. Right here should probably reduce the size of the brush for that corner. But let me do this here first. Yeah, back to the default size. All right. Now let's increase the size, and number 7, that'll do. Excuse me, Silver, excuse me. Little touch up here. And that should do it for his tail, at least for now. Let's color rather, his handkerchief. I should probably change the name of this. Because I finally learned the proper name of this scarf of sorts he wears on his neck is actually a handkerchief. Now I know. Let's reset the size of this brush. Silver, must you always be on top of everywhere that I gotta work on? That is the wrong color, frick. I thought I had sampled this red here. There, now I definitely have sampled it. Give me just a second here, I gotta do something real fast. Okay. There we go, now we have red. I tried different colors on this handkerchief before, but in the end, red was the color that best suited this character's color scheme. Be very careful here not to have any of this red go on his fur. There. Very nice. Now, oh, I'm licking. I'm gonna do this again. I could just have erased that bit there, but eh. Control Z for life.
When I grow up, I'm gonna become a scientist and invent a Control Z key that you can use in real life to undo your mistakes. And then I'm gonna sell it and I'm gonna be rich.
Oh, imagine if you could use Control Z in real life to undo your mistakes, your life mistakes and stuff like that. Oh, you dropped an egg on the floor? It's fine, just press Ctrl Z and everything is fine again. That would be amazing. Oh, if only. If only. There we go, we have his handkerchief colored. Let's now color his belt. That is not simply a belt, that is actually a pair of saddlebags he's wearing, one on this side, one on the other side, and this is basically just the belt that is keeping them in place. Around his tummy. Oh, I don't have those colors here. Right, that's because this is not actually part of this character's design. It's just something that I drew for the comic that this specific silver chart here was drawn for. Okay, in that case, let me do his eyes first, and then I'm gonna sample the color for those saddlebags from the original that I drew. Let's see, his eyes are supposed to have a sort of gradient going. How am I gonna do that in open canvas? I can do it. I've done it in the past. It didn't look good, but I did it. Let's see what that's the wrong color. Frick. But I sampled the blue. Why did you not pick the blue? Did I press shift by accident? I must have pressed shift at some point. What? Oh, that's because I am clicking to drag around, but I still have the color picker selected. So it is picking the gray or whatever other color that I click on when I hold space to drag around. That's what is happening. That is what is happening. There we go. Let's decrease the size of this brush. Let's begin with this dark blue, like so. Actually, make this bigger. And I will intentionally cause a color leak here, but I'll fix that later. I'm gonna do it like this, just so it might, I think, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I just think this might help me do the gradient a little more easily. There. Now we sample this color. Save. And hold on, close this for a moment. Blur. Watercolor. Maybe watercolor? Yes, but this is too big. Make it smaller. Let's try size 3. I might need to leak blue into the far gray here. How should I do this gradient? Like darker up here and brighter down here, or the other way around? Darker down here and brighter as it goes up. Probably. Let's do brighter up here and darker down here. Hang on. Let's use pen pressure here. And a larger brush. And pressure on open canvas is a bit finicky. Well, not really, it's just that I don't really know how to use it properly, I suppose. I suppose we can say that is a gradient. Okay. Let's sample now this lighter blue. Save. And add that blue over here. Yeah, that doesn't look very good. Let's change the direction. Like this. Huh? And the same thing over here. I'm not too happy with this here. Okay, now I will need to sample the dark blue again. Actually, this dark blue here. And then make it darker. Let's drop it close to black, but not quite there. 1, 2. Oopsie daisy. There we go. Now let's make this bigger, shall we? Yeah, number 3. Number 3 seems to be a nice sweet spot for a lot of things here on Open Canvas. There. Okay, now I'm gonna have to drop the size a little bit. Let's drop it down to 2 pixels.
I know. Doctor, what can we do? Thinking. We're running out of options, Doc. Doctor! We have no option.
So now we need eye white. Sample that. And we shall apply that color to his eyeball. Like so. One other thing that I don't like about Open Canvas, and it was one of the reasons why why am I having so much trouble talking today. Anyway, one of the reasons why I abandoned Open Canvas back in the day was that it cannot do, as far as I know at least, it cannot do transparency layers. Unless I just simply don't know how to do that. That might be the case. Make this smaller so I can more easily reach this corner here without leaking the color. There we go. Now let's make this pure white and color these reflections here. Oh, I see a little bit of color leaking right there. Let's fix that while we can. Well, we can still do that later, but it's likely that I'm gonna forget if I don't do it now. Right. Now here. This here would be so much easier and look so much better in Photoshop. Alright, save. Let's zoom out and take a look. Yeah, that is looking fine, generally speaking. Now I need black. Actually, I need gray, this gray. And let's make it almost pure black. There, that's gonna be enough. And let's color this here.
A heart is a very complex thing. Is it love or just another fling? It seems my thoughts and feelings aren't the same. And is it fair for
Be very careful not to have this color go into anywhere that it is not supposed to. Same thing over here. Hey, there we go. Look at him. Look at that blip. Cute. I'm gonna drink water. Let me see something real quick here. I could have used this to more easily see the line arts when coloring stuff. Oh, some stuff. Okay. Let's see, what next? I could now try and do the streaks on his mane and tail. Yeah, I think I'm gonna work on that. Let's see, let's sample this color. And I'm gonna need another layer. Let's put it here. So I don't mix stuff. That's the wrong color. Hold on a second. What is going on here? No, that is the correct color. Why is it darker on top of the base color on his mane? That layer is above. What the fudge? Why? Are you telling me that I can't do what I want to do here in Open Canvas? Like I would do in Photoshop, for example? I can't have one color on top of another in different layers and have them actually look like what they are supposed to? Is that the implication here? Because if it is, then heck, I will have to color the secondary color for the streaks on his mane and tail on the same layer, as I have applied all of the colors so far. Oh, fudge. Filter. No. Oh, crap. That is the case. Ah. Fine. Delete active layer. Let's go back down to this one here. I'm gonna need to. I'm gonna need a reference for Silvertrot because I can never, for the life of me, remember how my deck is discharging again. Frick! I think the battery on this deck phone here is going bad. Anyway, because I can never, for the life of me, remember the patterns on Silver's mane. Art. These files are on the main PC on the Windows 10. I am accessing them via the network. And OC Photoshop. See Silvertrot. Yeah, this will do. Sketchy reference. Where's the button to spend? There we go. I really need to update this and do a proper reference sheet for Silver. Alright, so the streak's supposed to start about halfway here and end the second thingy there. It's supposed to start around here and go all the way there. Okay, let's try this. Hold on a moment. Okay, it's on the side only. That's very squiggly. Let me try the old method. Lines. Oh yeah, that is polygonal, alright. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. Now, mind you, I already had this quote-unquote issue of stuff looking polygonal back in the day when I was doing this. But I didn't really know any better. The alternative was to freehand stuff like this and then undo and redo the lines several times over and over again until I would finally eventually get it right. And this is a problem that I don't have anymore. Not since I started using vector lines in CorelDRAW. Because with vectors I can just draw one straight line and then curve it. Set it in the exact shape and position that I want. Very easily. It just takes a little time sometimes, often, all the time. But it is so much better than having to redraw by hand. Every line, every time. Because I can't get them right the first time around. Okay, this should be enough, I guess. But I do need a little bit of fixing up here. Not exactly fixing, but a little change. A little tweak, and I messed it up. I'm gonna have to leak a color here. There we go. Switch to the eraser. Fix the leak I intentionally caused. Nice. Now sample this. What the? Oh, I'm still using the eraser. Oops. So not used to Open Canvas anymore. Okay, that is fine. Now he has one more on his head. That one is going over there. Yeah, that one should start around here more or less. Oops. Yeah, this seems fine. Fine, I'll fix that later. It will be fine. Now I can sample that darker brown again. And fix this. Or die trying. Something's off here. Might be the curve up here. Yeah, that'll do, I guess. That'll do. Just to be sure, let's run a little bit of gray over here. In case I did cause a color leakage that I didn't realize. Save. Now, oops. Now there should be another 2 more streaks. More or less. One going here, one going here. And since I drew 3 of these, one more going down there. Okay. Do that. Wait a second, I can do this now. Yeah, this should make things a little easier here. Go. Bit of tweaking here. A little bit of color leaking there. This is fine. I'll do the same thing over here. Ah! Oh my god, can I not do that, please? There we go. Let's sample the dark brown and do some repairs. Well, not exactly repairs, but rather tweaks. This here. Yes, I am aware. I just placed a bunch of brown outside of the line art. I'll fix that later. Okay. Now I will actually do fixes. Beginning with this color leak right here. Maybe a potential leak somewhere along this line. Now we switch to the eraser and fix these leaks. There we go. Hey, that is looking really nice actually. Alright, let's work on his tail now. Now the tail might be a little bit of a trouble. Because his tail... I'll show you. Oh, I cannot zoom out by holding Control and using the scroll wheel on this version of Paint, right. His tail is very wavy. For this I think I will actually refer to the original. Let's see, got badges. Her. So this is the original. Look at him sleeping on his own snout. But this is the original colored sketch for what I am doing right now. Let me find the version with colors already. Like all colors, I mean. That sketch already has colors, but it is missing the streaks. Geodude is a very cute Pokemon, by the way. Ah, there, that's what I'm looking for. Zoom in, come on. This canvas, the resolution of this picture, I mean, must be super large because XP is struggling a bit. Yeah, it is very big. It lags so much. Look at the difference. The perfection on these lines here compared to these lines. These were drawn with... Oh, I can drag around by holding middle click. I didn't know you could do that. On Windows Picture and Faxavira on XP. I just learned something by accident. Anyway, look at the perfection of these lines. These lines here, they were drawn using vector lines in CorelDRAW. They were not drawn using freehand. The sketch was, but not the final line arts, which are these. So much better. Oh, by the way, let's check these stripes here. Streaks, not stripes. He's not a zebra. Oh, and I added a little line here. Oh, that is there. Never mind. Yeah, these are fine, the way it made them on open canvas. I want to see his tail now. A little less zoom, please. I think I'm going to start with this big one going all across his tail. Or at least I would try. So that one starts about here, and naturally it ends at the very tip, at the very end of the tail right here. Again, seriously, look at the difference in quality between the lines, the line art in open canvas, and the final line art drawn with CorelDRAW in vector lines. So much better. Okay, let's get started. One more tap around. Okay. That is the eraser. Frick. This can be better. Let's make it better. That's worse. Serviceable, I guess. Not happy with this. Don't ding on me. Okay. Yeah, it's close. It's close, but oops. What did I do? Switch tools here by accident. Yeah, this is better. It's much closer to the original. I don't really want to copy the original for this here. I just want to make this one as close to the original as I possibly can. because I want to compare them later. All of this. I would go faster if I was using a larger brush, but I want the most precision as I can possibly achieve here. Alright, now we fill this area up. There we go. And let's sample the dark brown. So I can fix the tip over here, because the shape over here is wrong. Yeah. Crap. Okay, let's sample this lighter brown again. There's more stuff that we have to fix here. Easy now. Maybe if I do this, might make things easier. Oh yes, it certainly did. Still need to do a few more fixings. Okay, let's sample the brown from here. Here, because this is a little too flat, so it needs to be a little more curved. There we go. And now we can erase those colors leaking past the line art. So things will be just dandy. 2.9, sure. That'll be a fine size for this. Good enough. Okay, that works. And let's save. Now let's draw this one here. Sample from there. Oops, I did not mean to drag that around. Stick in here. That's the eraser again. Crap. I'm gonna have to look at this again. Alright, we have a smooth climb right here. That's way too wiggly. Wiggly, not wiggly. Begin from here. Okay, smooth climb there. Then a steep-ish decline here. Oops. Not quite like that. Close enough, but not quite like that. There we go, that's better. Yeah, this here can go a little farther in. And as I know, I am leaking colors. What can I do? This is open canvas. It's unavoidable sometimes. Often. All the time, really. One of the reasons why I stopped using this. Which is not to say that you can't do amazing stuff with open canvas. Actually, last Sunday, after I finished the stream, I went on the internet to see what other versions of open canvas came after this one. And I actually found a few ones. And apparently open canvas is still being developed, but it became a paid-for program. It's no longer free. But anyway, I've got to see some screenshots of the program in use with amazing drawings, paintings, and illustrations drawn on it, even with this very old version of open canvas. Alright, let's take a look here. Yeah, that's fine. Good enough. Now, the one up there, that one, it's kind of like a V. Ah, this time I remember to switch out from the eraser. Wait, what is the shape?
Hydrate. Gotta keep hydrated.
Miss Puffles, happy Sunday. Thank you for joining the stream. And of course I'm gonna hydrate. Hang on. Much better. Welcome, thank you for joining. Not exactly. This is actually an OC of mine. It is a pony. It is a unicorn. But he's not from My Little Pony. He's just a character that I made up. I don't work with open canvas anymore nowadays, let alone with Windows XP. I'm doing this out of nostalgia. Actually, this thing that I am drawing, this specific thing that I'm drawing right now, I have already drawn it. I recognize the ponytail. Yeah, he has a very puffy tail. This picture that I'm drawing is actually a redraw of something that I drew quite a while ago. Specifically, oops, this comic. I already finished this. It's already all done. It's on my DeviantArt if you would like to see this final thing by yourself. But I'm drawing just this silver from that last panel on that comic here on Windows XP on Open Canvas, like I used to do back in 2008/2009. Just because I can. But later I'm going to compare this here to the original that I am drawing. That I drew before, to see how much better it is to use my current methods and my current modern, quote-unquote modern workflows when compared to how I used to make things back in the day. Myself, my badger might pick up my comic again, but I use 2 hours per page, so yeah. Well, if you only use 2 hours per page, then you are doing much better than I, because I use usually days. Like literally. I am that slow. Ah, frick, I closed the reference that I was looking at. Ah, crap. What was it? This one. No, it wasn't this one. Frick. Oh, whatever. I'm just gonna look in the actual comic itself. No problem. Now planning, scripting, and planning through. I rarely ever make any comics nowadays, but when I do, I always try to write the script first, and then I draw basically around the script. Well, of course, when I do the script, I try to think and picture how each panel will be like. My goodness, this is so slow. Well, to be fair, the resolution on this comic is incredibly high. Super big. Other project is probably high priority though. Yeah, the problem, quote unquote problem, with comics is that they usually do take a while to draw because you're not drawing one thing only once. You have to draw several different things several times over. There we go. That's what I want to see. Come on, move to the side a little bit more. Windows XP and Windows Picture and Fax Viewer are really struggling to show this here. On Windows 10, this displays much more easily and much quicker. Come on, let's go up just a little bit. There we go. That's gonna be enough. Right, I'm doing this here now. Go there. And the other one, it goes down to right about here. Now here. And should probably go like that. Sort of. This can be better. Yeah, that's serviceable. Now we fill this with color. Hold on a moment. Yeah, I'm gonna need to do a few fixes right here on this end. Alright, let's sample the base color and fix it. Gotta do a little bit of fixing over here as well. And yes, I know I am leaking colors. Again, this is open canvas, not much I can do about it. This can be so much better, actually. Let me try and make it better. For one, it has to be a little higher up. Okay. Now we go back to the base color and we erase a portion of this down here. Come on. Come on, hands, do it! I think I'm gonna sort cards. What kind of cards? Excuse me, server. Alright, I think that is fine. Let's now use the eraser to erase the color leakage. Actually, let's drop the size of this brush to 1.5. There we go. Now we gently and carefully erase. Ah! I erased a little bit of his tail. Crap. That's fine, I can fix it. I can fix it. That is the eraser. Frick. I'm so used to draw stuff on color stuff on Photoshop. Go back to Open Canvas after 14 years. It's not easy. Oh yes, I gotta do a little bit of fixing here as well. Well, not exactly a fix, but more like a little tweak. There we go. Very simple stuff. Kind of the same thing over here as well. This could use a little bit more curve. Let's do it like this. Yu-Gi-Oh! Never played that or watched the anime. To be honest, actually not exactly a very big fan of animes in general. There's only a small handful of them that I enjoy. Okay, let's take a look at this tail. and compare to the original. First, let's save. Silver, excuse me, I am trying to look at your tail. Yeah, that's serviceable. Obviously not as perfect as the original that I drew originally, but that is definitely serviceable. Alright, now for the Pokeball and his saddlebag and the belt and the belt buckle. For that, I am gonna need a sample from the original. Yeah, this here will do. Let's open this for editing. On Paint. And let's copy this section over to Open Canvas. Let's save this first. Select that layer. After this event, you can't export event data, okay? Okay. Ah. It overwrites the previous layer and everything's gone. The color set is gone. Oops. Well, I'm gonna have to open the file again. See, that is why you should always save your progress frequently. Whatever you're doing, always save your progress. Okay, how am I gonna do this? I am gonna do it by making a new layer on top of this one. New layer, and now I can paste that over here. Yes. Can I move that down here? Can I move stuff around in Open Canvas? Is there a shortcut for that? Because I don't see a tool for that. Zooming, undo, clear layer, fill layer, scroll view, rotate, change pen width, Control Alt drag. Wait a second. Control Alt and drag. Ah, you can change the size of the brush like this. Oh, that's nice. Good to know. But that is not what I'm looking for. That is another thing that I did that I had no idea back in the day that I could do on Open Canvas. Right click or shift spoit. The fudge is a spoit. Pick up cursor position scholar. Pick up active layer scholar. Tool window, pen, watercolor, blur, eraser. Change to right setting. Change to left setting. What? E-R. E-R. Ah, it changes these tabs over here. Alright, I have no idea what that's for exactly. Change to blur with double click, former blur brush, control plus layer visible button, set the layer visible inverse. Okay, we don't have a shortcut that I can use to drag. Wait, I do. Is that over there? Everything's semi-transparent? Huh. Oh, that explains why I could not apply this lighter gray for the streaks on his mane and tail on a separate layer. Oh, that explains everything. Alright, let's begin with the belt. Sample that. Keep this color. Actually, let's increase the size of the brush to number 2. And let's begin coloring the belt of his saddlebags. There. Now again, the larger brush would make this go much faster, but it would take away from some precision. And it would make it much easier for me to cause color leaks around here. Which in turn would then would cause me to use extra time to fix that. And I hate wasting time. go. Also over here. Forgot about that. And now the actual bag itself, the actual saddlebag. There. Almost. We are about halfway done with the saddlebag. Corner here, nice and easy, and voila. Now let's sample this color for the buckle. Buckle? Is that how this is called in English? Forget. Again, you have to remember, English is not my first language. Yes, it is called buckle. It's a belt buckle. There we go. And now this piece over here. And the last thing is going to be the lock on the saddlebag. Ta-da! That is done. Let's save. And now the actual very last thing, the Pokeball. If I recall correctly, that is a Premier Ball. Let me copy this. Make a new layer. Paste. Yes. And let's bring it over here. There we go. Let's sample. Actually, no. Wait. Let's sample the red first. It's a very light, bright red. There. There we go. Now I can sample this dark brown. Dark brown? What am I saying? That's a dark gray. Ah, this brush is too thick for that part. Let's try 1 pixel. What am I doing? I'm coloring the wrong spot. This here is what I am supposed to be coloring. For this I can actually use the default size of 1.5. There we go, there we go. And that's done. But if I recall correctly, I did use a little bit of reflection on that ball for the final thing here. Let me try to check that. Come on, zoom in. Let's go to the final panel here. Any day now. Come on, come on. No, I didn't. Alright, never mind then. Okay, let's save. Okay, and I think I am done redrawing this silver from this comic over here. Yeah, so the next thing that I'm gonna do here, I think, with this silver here, is try to draw some basic, very basic background, just so I can compare him more easily with this one over here. But I'm not going to try to recreate this background in Open Canvas, because my god, it's already difficult enough to redraw him in Open Canvas. Again, you guys have to remember, I drew this sketching in Paint Then I drew the final line arts in CorelDRAW, and then I colored everything in Photoshop. And this was, what, last year or the year before that? This is very recent, that's the point. And the techniques that I used, you know, the workflows that I used to draw this comic here, they are far more advanced in comparison to how I used to do things back in 2008/2009, which is what I am trying to emulate on today's stream with me redrawing Silvertrot, like this. By the way, did I do the gradient on his eyes correctly at all? Come on, zoom. Zoom. Takes a very long time to zoom. It's a very big picture anyway. What is the size of this canvas, by the way? 4,644 pixels by 9,292. If I try to draw something at this size back in 2008/2009, which was before I bought my Core i5 PC. That was the Generation 1 Core i5, mind you. The Core i5 had just been released by Intel at that time. If I tried to draw something like this on the PC that I was using back in the day, which was an Athlon XP 2000 Plus, the computer would have exploded. Because of how big this resolution is. But anyway, the gradient on the eyes. Let's see here. Yeah, that seems about right. I wasn't even trying to copy the gradient when I drew it here on Open Canvas earlier. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay, very good. Very, very good. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, guys, and when I get back, I will see... Oh, actually, I'm not gonna be able to do the background here. Well, in any case, I will see about the background and then send this over to Photoshop here on XP. And let's see if I can make some basic effects like I used to do back in the day. Alright? So anyway, let's open this so you guys can be entertained. Anyway, I will be right back, everyone. See you in a moment. And I am back, and I immediately pressed the wrong button on the deck. Anyway, right, I was gonna see about drawing a background on this, or at least try. Now, just to confirm, and put this mouse away. Just to confirm, let's like pick a shade of green, a random shade of green. Need to remove 17 cards. From where and why? What is this layer here? Is that what is going on there? Hang on, let's delete this layer because I'm pretty sure I don't need this. Delete active layer, yes. Let's make a new one. It's all the way on the top. Bring it down. There we go, behind the colors. But why do you have to remove it? Oh yeah, see, for some reason Open Canvas has a semi-transparency across all layers. I can't draw a background here. Well, not with silver's layers being on top of it anyway. How did I used to do it back then? Oh, hold on. Back in the day, I would make backgrounds in two different ways. I started with one method and then I migrated to another. In the earlier days, when I started using Open Canvas, I would draw the background as part of the same layer as the foreground. So for example, if I wanted to draw a grass here, for example, I would go either on the colors layer or the line arts layer and draw it there. But then when I started using Photoshop, I would draw the characters in Open Canvas, export the file as one layer, kind of almost similarly to how I do nowadays with the final line arts in CorelDRAW. And then I would basically just put everything together in Photoshop to get a deck with 40 cards and side deck with 15. Well, I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh exactly, so I'll just take your word for it. I have no idea. What's important is that you have fun with that. That's what's important. But yeah, and then I would put everything together with Photoshop. Have I ever drawn backgrounds in Photoshop back in the day? I mean, eventually I started doing it with Photoshop and not drawing it in Open Canvas. But I don't remember exactly when I started doing that. You know what? Let's hide these layers here. And let's export this as a thing of its own. Save as. Oh, I can't save this as a PNG straight from Open Canvas, only as a BMP or a JPG. Well, BMP will not lose any quality, so let's use that format. Let's call this Silvertrot. Saved image. And by the way, I just checked on my tablet here. I can see very clearly the marks the pen left on the active area when I was drawing the long streak on Silver's main tail. When I was drawing this one, I can see the shape on the tablet right now. That is kind of bothering me a little bit. But it's fine. It was made by that sort of stuff. Anyway, okay, so I need to bring this into Photoshop. So let's open Photoshop. Adobe Photoshop CS3 Extended. Again, back in the day, If this was actually 2008 or 2009, I would be using Photoshop 7.0. At most, CS2 or CS. No, wait, hold on a second. 2009. Yeah, it must have been 2000. Frick. My dad sneezed and I got confused. Hold on. 2009. I must have been still using Photoshop 7.0. Bless you. So let's bring this into Photoshop. Okay, just for the sake of it, so let me copy this into a new file. Let's change this resolution to 300. All right, there are no tabs here. You gotta go here, Window, and switch over here. Okay, I want to close this. There we go. Let's make a new layer. Delete this one. Let's see. Give me pure black. Now pure white. And set this one to a transparency, opacity rather, of 50%. Also, why is the history so large like this and the layers box so tiny? I need this to be the other way around. There we go. This is a problem that I have on Photoshop CS6 as well. Sometimes it resets the size of these boxes here, and I hate that. I don't know why it does that or when. I only realize it after a little while. Okay. So now I have to remove all of this white from here. Let me save this first. Let's save this as Alpha 0. Okay. Let's pick the Magic Wand tool. Let's see, tolerance 32, anti-alias enabled, contiguous. Is that a thing that I use on Photoshop CS6 nowadays? I don't remember. Do I even know? You know what, there's one way to easily find out. Let's go back to 2023 on the main PC over here and let's check what settings I have enabled on Photoshop. So I press this button here, zippity boopity, and we are back on Windows 10. Let's open Photoshop. Just for the sake of consistency. Magic Wand tool. Tolerance 32, anti-alias enabled. Yes, that is enabled, whatever that is. Contiguous. Okay. Let's go back to 2009 now. And I press this button. Beep. And here we are. 14 years ago. Okay. So now wrong layer. Click. Click. And let's see. Okay, everything seems to be selected fine. Oh, hold on, I missed this spot here. Now, when I press delete to delete everything that is selected, we will see one problem that I always had back in the day when drawing. What's going on over there? When drawing stuff in Open Canvas and then bringing them over to Photoshop so I could make a background and apply some basic effects. I say basic effects because the most advanced stuff that I knew how to do in Photoshop back in the day was absurdly basic by my current modern standards. Anyway, and what I'm talking about is the jaggedness that we can see at the border of the line art. See all of those jagged pixels? See them? This annoyed me so much back in the day, and it still annoys me quite greatly nowadays. But this is something that I had to live with. I don't remember, however, if I ever tried to minimize these problems in Photoshop. I might have, but I don't remember how I did it. So let's do it now like I would do in modern times, with a couple touch-ups of the eraser, maybe a little bit of black brush as well, with a very small brush, I should say, like kind of to reinforce a few of these lines as well. Like here, for example. And here. Now this one here is going to require a little bit of eraser in unison with the brush. 1 pixel in size. Same thing over here. Oh, the line art kind of got erased by a big lot over there. By a big lot? What am I saying? I don't know. Here. Let's be very gentle with this brush. I'm not going to try and color the line arts on this picture. One, the original of this one did not receive colored line arts. As you can see here, I kept them black for some reason. And to be honest, I hate drawing final line arts with freehand. So I'm not gonna do that, because that would mean having to redraw everything all over again. All of these line arts. Don't really want to do that. I'll probably re-enable this layer here so I can more easily see what I'm doing. Now a little bit of eraser right here, very lightly. And here. And here. Wait, no, not there. Stop it. Stop it, Mike. Don't mess up your work. Instead, let's just retouch it with black. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you. My dad sneezes a lot sometimes. I love him. Now this, what is going on here? Okay, maybe a little retouching, like so. And some over here as well. Oh yes, definitely. I can see a little bit of red poking out there. There we go, that's better. Okay. Let's try and retouch this line here a little bit. And this one, because these are a little too light. There. And here, on his shoulder. I think that's going to be enough. Right? No. A little bit more there on his ear. His cute little ear. Maybe oops. Maybe a little bit over here as well. Okay, now this is done. Save. Again, always remember to frequently save your progress, everyone. Whatever you are doing, always save often. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, everything seems to be alright. No, wait, I need to reinforce the line over there a little bit. Yeah, right here. There we go, that's much better. Okay. Back in those days, I would not use groups to group the layers. I would have all the layers together outside a group. At the time, I would also name them, at least. And I thought I was being very well organized with my layers. By looking back at some of those old project files on Photoshop, like I was doing a few days ago, it's a giant, huge mess. I am not gonna do the way I used to do in Photoshop back in those days. I am gonna use groups over here. So let's call this one Silver Trot. Let's call this layer, oops. Let's call this layer, oh, Silver Trot. Why not? And let's put that inside this group. And now down here, let's make another group and call it Background. I'm kind of mixing, old art with modern art. And what I mean is, you know, mixing how I used to do things back in the day with how I currently do things nowadays. Let's make a new layer here. Let's call it Sky. Oops. And now this background, I am gonna do it like I do it nowadays. Let's use the gradient tool and let's pick, oops, I accidentally clicked. Let's pick a nice shade of blue, a very light one. There, let's switch colors. Let's sample that blue and make it a little bit darker, but also a nice shade. Although I am going to be doing this like I do nowadays, I will still try and keep it, how can I say it? I will still try and emulate my old style from 2009. If I can remember how to do that anyway. I'm not too convinced about this shade of blue though. Might need to change it. No, it has to be the other way around. There we go. Let's keep it like this for now. Alright. Now, new layer. Let's call this Grass Base. And actually, I should probably save a sample of these colors. Colors sample. just in case I need to get back to these. There we go. Now let's get a nice shade of green. Yeah, let's begin with this one. Let's see. Yeah, that seems fine. Let's make this brush larger. There we go. And save. Let's add this green to the color set over there. Color sample, I mean. And this immediately already looks very nice, I think. I dare say. But I am not done, obviously. I would like maybe a tree. Oops. I would like maybe a tree over here because this area is too empty. And actually I think we have a tree on the original here. Yes, we have more than one tree. That's for sure. Back in the day, I would actually draw the tree. And I would draw it in open canvas. Oh boy. Let's try and do that. It will help, however, if I can look at some pictures from that era, so I can try and knock my memory to remember how to make those. Well, let's go to my DeviantArt gallery on Windows XP without an antivirus. But that is going to be fine because I do have an ad blocker and it's my DA gallery, it's safe. So let's go there. It might just take a little while to load. What's this? God, I hate Eclipse. Come on, go. Let's put the pen away and use the mouse. I wonder how much RAM is being used right now with all of these things open here on XP. Actually, not all that many system resources are being used. Okay, so all of this is modern stuff. Let's go back a few years to page 18. I know the old stuff from that area is on page 18 because I am still in the process of re-uploading everything from DeviantArt to my Inkblot. And at the moment, I am uploading stuff from 2009 to Inkblot. But we have some trees over here. I actually just uploaded this a couple days ago to Inkblot. These trees will not count. Let's go to page 17, which is newer stuff. But should still be from 2009. That is super simple, very simple trees. Kind of the same thing going on here with the trees, and also there. Come on, open. Oh, it opened twice. Let's see on page 16. That's taken a while. More trees over there. Goodness me, this stuff is ancient by now. Okay, while that loads, let's take a look at these. That's a very very low resolution. But I can see the style. These trees are basically all the same. Ah, look at the grass. It's horrible. Come on, open this one. Oh, this is this one. Never mind. Oh, it's open twice. Oh, that explains it. Also, I see a nice looking Spyro here. Is this in my collections yet? Yes, it is. That is really cute. Scarlet Spectrum is an amazing artist. Okay, I think I would try to make the grass like this. I am, after all, trying to replicate the style from back in the day. I could do it like this instead, but no, I won't. Wow, those trees, they are horrible. They sure are horrible. Let's see another page. This should still be 2009. Let's see, page 13. I hate the number 13, by the way. Oh, the trees over here, they have some effects. I think this must be late 2009. I made a lot of progress very quickly in 2009. We have effects on the grass now. And the trees. Yeah, we have some actual grass here. Very basic stuff, but we do have grass now. September 3rd, 2009. August 9th, 2009. Yeah, the grass here is actually better than the grass over here. This here is an earlier one. Same thing. The trees... Yeah, the trees here are slightly more advanced as well. Same thing over there. This stuff here now must be late 2009. Borderline 2010. Let's go one more page. Let's see page 11. Yes, October. This is already late 2009. Look at the trees. I was already trying to make something that would resemble leaves on a tree. And I'm pretty sure I know exactly what that brush is. Let's look at Sunny Meadow. Actually, let's look at Wrong Michael. This is from December 2009. So all of these here must already be 2010. I know because I remember drawing this for Christmas. Yeah, see, February 2010. Oops. Come on, zoom. Goodness me, it's so slow right now. No, it's just XP being XP. Yeah, the trees here, they are much better than the trees I was drawing in 2009. Like if we are to compare these trees here, and the grass as well, with these ones here, we can see a very big difference in their quality, even though the resolution here is very small. Also the shading. I can barely say there's shading here. And these must have been drawn in open canvas as well. Did I mention that here? No, I didn't. But I must have drawn this in open canvas. These here, however, they were definitely drawn in Photoshop. Bravehearts and Kit, these were drawn in open canvas. At least Braveheart here was. I can't really tell about Kit. But over here, everything was drawn in open canvas and colored in Photoshop. I think. The effects were definitely done in Photoshop. Okay, so which tree style am I gonna try to emulate? I think I'm gonna try and emulate these trees. Draw them. Actually, could draw them in open canvas. I mean, Photoshop. Actually, I might have drawn these in Photoshop. Okay, I'll try to emulate these. And if I recall correctly, these should require one layer for the line art of the trunk, one layer for the base color of the leaves, and then another layer, another 1 or 2 layers, maybe 3, for the leaves effect. Yeah, I think that's how that should go. So let's try and do this one. Let's close everything else so I can clear system resources. The computer that I am running, Windows XP right now, it has 12 gigabytes of RAM, but XP 32-bit can only use up to 4 gigabytes. But in practice, it usually uses a little less than that. So I can't really have modern web running all the time on XP here, because it's gonna be very sluggish. Very sluggish. Why did I say that again when I tried to correct it? It should be very sluggish, as we could just see. All right. For the grass, however, hold on. Okay, I suppose I can replicate this style as well. I do have those brushes. It's actually a default brush. Do I want to do that though? Did I draw this in open canvas? Oh yes, this was drawn in open canvas. Definitely. Okay, let's try and recreate. Let's try and simulate the style and techniques that I use for this picture, because this is a very good example of how I used to do things back in the day, where I would draw in color stuff in open canvas. Braveheart here, the dragon, and this guy here, they were both drawn and colored in open canvas, but the shading was done in Photoshop. Can I zoom this? I can't. Even the speech bubbles were made in open canvas. Wow. Okay, let's try and simulate. Hey, hi, Kingmaster. Welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, let's try and simulate this style. When was this done? August 9th, 2009. Boy, that was so long ago. Just for the sake of comparison, let's open something that I drew recently. Let's see how much I have progressed in the course of 14 years. Let's see, yeah, like this here for example. A birdie told me. This has a character, it has a background, it has grass, it has trees. Although I did use vectors for these trees here, so those don't exactly count. But still, look at the difference between everything. It's a lot of progress. The sky, the shading, the lighting, the lines especially, because this is already was done using vector lines for the final line art. But let me see something recent that has a tree that I actually drew. I'll Make Them Burn should be a good example. This one. It also has grass, so yeah, that should count as well. Yeah, look at that tree there. This here, by the way, is the actual size of this picture, the actual resolution. Now the leaves obviously were drawn using a brush, a leaves brush, but it's a very big leap from using just some sort of fuzz brush that I use for the leaves on these trees here. And look at the trunk. Compare that with this here. That is a lot of difference, really. So this is mostly how I draw stuff nowadays, and this is how I used to do stuff back in 2009. Well, on this specific point of 2009. And this here is a style that I'm gonna try to emulate for the picture that I am recreating right now. Because obviously I can't draw like this. It's just gonna take several hours, if not days, for me to do something like this again. So let's focus on simulating / recreating this style. I could do the mountains as well. I love doing mountains. I'm not very good at them, but I like them. Actually, we have mountains back here as well. Look at the difference between those mountains and those. It's a very big difference. When did I draw this? This was published in October 4th, 2020. But this is actually not as new anymore. It's already 3 years old. But anyway, enough babbling. Let's get painting. Let's close this because I don't think I'm gonna need that anymore. Alright, where should I start? Let's begin with the trees. Maybe just one tree. Yeah, that should be fine. Let's call this tree trunk line art. Let's see, give me the color black, since the character is colored black, and also, yeah, black line arts there. Hey, welcome back, Miss Puffles. Let's see, what line thickness should I use? Number 3 seems to be fine. Let's hide silver here for a moment. I might want to draw a bush just so I can hide the roots of the tree. Just so I won't have to actually draw that. That should be a fine trick, I guess. Yeah, well, actually I changed my mind. Let's draw the roots. Let's draw, just change the opacity here. No problem, Miss Puffles. I hope you found what you were looking for. Okay, how do I get... No! The connection just died. Nice, great. Internet just went down. So, hello YouTube. I hope you're doing well. Ah, frick. Now that's gonna take a little moment to reconnect on OBS and the stream itself. Well, anyway, let's see if I can get started with this. I am drawing on the wrong layer. Crap. Okay, there we go. No, that is way too squiggly. Still way too squiggly. I should probably start from up here. There, now we go down here. And now we draw the root. Am I even doing this right? I don't know. Hey, are we back? Hold on a moment, I think the string is back. No, not quite. One moment, everyone. One moment, I am checking the other PC here. Let's see, I think we are back now. Yes? Yes, we are back. So I do apologize, everyone. My internet decided to unlive itself for a couple minutes there. I am very, very sorry. That is beyond my control. At least it seems to be back just fine. So yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. The only problem now is that chat on OBS is going to take a while to reconnect, so I cannot see what you guys are saying unless I switch the window here on the other PC to the stream manager on Twitch, which I'm going to do. Very good. Now I can see you guys. Hello. All right, so I don't know when exactly the connection dropped, but right now I am trying to draw a tree like I used to draw back in 2009. And I have no idea if I'm actually doing this right. I'm gonna have to refer to this all the time now. Except I can't really see the roots because the grass is covering it. It's fine. I'll most certainly be covering the roots over here anyway, as well. No, not like that. Yeah, this looks weird. Yeah, there we go, that should work. And this is supposed to be a branch, like these over here, I think. Wow, this is so ugly. I'm so glad I evolved. I made progress. I don't really like how that line is going. Let me try and redraw this. Okay, that should work, I suppose. Oh, this is so bad. This is really bad. Jeez. But hey, I chose to do this. I could be drawing trees like I do nowadays. But nope. I chose to go full nostalgia. Full old school mode. So that's on me. There. Do a little fix over here with the eraser. Actually, a couple. More than a couple. Okay. Okay. Back to the brush. Now let's draw these lines here that are supposed to be, or at least to allude to, the texture of the bark, the trunk. Incredible to think that, or to remember that back in those days, I used to think that the trees that I was drawing, they were great. They were great pieces of junk, that's what they were. My. Maybe a couple more lines. The trunk, I mean on the branches, like this. Yeah, that should be fine enough. Maybe one here. And another one there. Alright, and save that. Now I will need a nice shade of green for the base color of the leaves. I suppose I can use the same shade that I used for the ground. Let's make a new layer here and let's call it Tree Leaves. Tree Leaves base color. Yes. Let's use brush number 5. And basically just draw a random shape. Kind of like this. Yeah, that should do it. Invert this selection. Actually, I'm not sure I like that shade of green. Let's change it. Let's try something a little more yellowish. Let's try this. Yes, let's lock the layer. Now, lock the layer is not something that I knew of back in those days. You know what? Maybe this shade of green will work better for the ground rather than the tree. Let me try applying that to the ground. Yeah, I think it works best for the ground. I can still swap them around if I want to, or if I need to. Save this over there. And now let's see, let's make a new layer right here and let's call it tree trunk color. And for the tree trunk, I will obviously need the color brown. No, I don't play any card games, Miss Puffles. Maybe a little... Ah, that's not brown, frick. Maybe a little darker? Yeah, let's try this shade. Now, I have two options to how I can color this tree here. I can do it like I used to do back in the day and fight my hand to not leak any color past the line art, or I can try using the Magic Wand tool and select. Now the problem with the Magic Wand tool that I can see is that I'm gonna have jagged lines like I got with selecting Silvertrot in open canvas. Freehand the line art is definitely gonna be easier. Well, not easier. It actually won't be easier at all. But it should keep me from having any jagged pixels. Let's try that. Give me brush number 4. Let's begin over here. For now I can hide Silvertrot. And I am pretty sure we are about to witness one of the many problems that I used to have back in the day when coloring stuff. Which was also one of the many reasons why I switched from drawing the final line arts by freehand, as well as coloring, and I switched to using vector lines in CorelDRAW. There, see? I just leaked a color. It is so easy to happen. Well, I gotta tell you, do it like this does take me back. There are things from those days that I do miss, but this method of coloring here, I don't miss this. I don't miss this one bit. Even though I do complain a lot that I hate working with vectors. I do love working with vectors, don't get me wrong, it's a love-hate relationship. But the reason when I say I hate it is because just because it takes so long to do, it's very time consuming. But at the same time I love working with vectors because it saves me so much trouble later down the line. The only thing I don't like about working with vectors for the final line arts is how long it takes to make them. But except for that detail, it's all so much easier to do. So much easier to work with. Wait, hold on a second. Wasn't there a shortcut, in Photoshop that I can use to just drag the canvas around? Oh, I can use space to do that, like I can do in Open Canvas. Okay, so that what? This is another thing that I learned recently when I started going to this nostalgia trip, basically. I had no idea up until last Sunday, but I could use that I could use space to drag the canvas around like this. This is going to save me so much time when coloring and doing effects in Photoshop. Okay, we are done with this part of the tree for now. Let's focus on the borders of the line art. And once I am done with this, then I can use a larger brush to color this area of the tree more easily and more quickly, because with a bigger brush I can cover more ground, or in this case, more tree. Oh, let me quickly check if OBS has reconnected the chat. Oh, nice, he did. Awesome. Okay, let's continue this. Ah, there, see, there's a little bit of brown going beyond the line art. That is not supposed to happen. A little bit happened over there as well, but there's not much that I can do about that there. Another problem that I always had with coloring like this is that once I was done coloring, I would have to go all around the entire image, everything that I had that had line arts, and check basically every single pixel for any colors that could possibly be leaking. And again, in case you don't remember what I mean when I say color leaking or color leakage, is when I have colors going past the line art, like this here, into areas where they are not supposed to exist. So that's what I mean when I say color leakage. I do have my own terminology for some things. Okay, let's be careful here. Let's save. Say, I learned in Photoshop CS6 also last week how to spin the canvas around. Can I do that same thing here on OpenCanvas CS3? On CS6 it's done with the hand tool, but that's just to drag the canvas around. Hang on a moment. Spin canvas Photoshop CS3. The shortcut that CS6 has to spin the canvas around doesn't seem to exist on CS3. Rotate pictures in CS3. That's a video. Can I get text? Rotate canvas CS3. Hey all, Photoshop question. I am using Intuos 5 tablet with Photoshop CS3 using the scroll wheel, blah blah blah. Let's check this. This is very slow. You know what? I'm gonna do this quick research on the main PC here on Windows 10. XP is sadly no longer suited for browsing the web. Like, just to give you an example of what I'm looking for. This here is Photoshop CS6, and there's the hand tool. The same tool, but this tool here, if I hold click, it also has rotate view tool. Using a keyboard shortcut, like let's say I'm using a brush here, blah blah blah, okay? I can press R and do this. And then to reset, I hold Shift, and there we go, it's back to how it used to be. And if I press H, then I have the hand tool, which if I am zoomed in, I can use to drag the canvas around. Can I do this with space as well? Yes, I can. Okay, but if I want to spin, rotate rather, press R, and I can do it. Whee! Anyway, and I can reset like this. Anyway, CS3 doesn't seem to have this option here. Actually, have I even tried that shortcut? Okay, the R shortcut does exist on CS3, but it is for the blur tool. You guys can see that because I just did that without showing that on screen for you, but take my word for it. Anyway, Photoshop CS3 rotate canvas. This here's for CS6. Rotate canvas CS3. This is the link that I have just tried to open on Windows XP. Use the scroll wheel, blah blah blah, allows me to rotate canvas on CS4. But perhaps there's a hidden function in CS3. Canvas rotation was introduced in CS4. CS3 doesn't support this nifty feature. Unless I'm mistaken, with only OpenGL turned on, which can be a bit fiddly depending on your hardware. Okay, so I suppose that answers my question. Photoshop CS3 does not have the rotate canvas option. Well, too bad. Too bad. Alright, let's go back to Windows XP. That's the blur tool, frick. Hang on. Fresh. I will have to start using the rotation tool on Photoshop when I am doing my stuff. Oh, of course, I'm talking about CS6 and my current workflows and techniques and stuff. Because as I have learned from OpenCanvas, from doing that on OpenCanvas, that is very useful. And God knows how often I had troubles drawing certain things in Photoshop. And I'm pretty sure I would not have as much trouble if I could rotate the canvas. Well, I could, it's just that I didn't know that I could do that. But now I know. Okay, this here is going to be a bit fiddly. Color leakage. Right here, and a very little amount right there. If I were using a larger brush, this would go much faster. And if I were using a mask layer, this would have been done like half an hour ago. But that's not how I used to do things back in 2009. This is so slow, my god. How did I survive 2009, 2008, 2009, and 2010? Maybe even 2011 and 12 as well. Doing stuff like this. When did I start using vectors for the final line art? I do remember I uploaded a quick test that I made. And I believe that was the very first time that I used vector lines for the final line arts. Let me see if I can find that. I just want to see the date. Oh, I browse the web on XP is so slow. It would be so much slower, however, if I were using hardware from the era. I mean, the hardware that I am using right now on this computer here is not all that much older. I think the processor alone was released in 2012, I think. Still, for XP, is a great processor. Gotta go further back than this here. I will know what I'm looking for when I see it. It's actually my old character, Pokeyoshi. Come on, go. Next. Let's try page 7. I do think this was already done using vector lines for the final line arts. Same thing there. And here, I think I haven't seen the test picture that I drew. This was done with on Open Canvas. Okay, I have already passed. Have I not uploaded that, or maybe what was it this year? Let me open this and check the description. Because maybe I did the test, but I didn't start using that method right away. Come on, open! I promise you, it's been already a few seconds since I have clicked on this here. I'm gonna click again, and then it's gonna open twice. You know what? This is taking way too long. Let's go to Windows 10 over here. Let me do that search here. It's going to be so much faster. Wait, what page is that? Page 8. Alright, let's go straight to page 8. Okay, let's open that on a new tab. And let me keep looking. These sketches, they were a practice, one of the earliest practices that I made with the method of drawing the sketch in Paint using my first tablet and then drawing over the sketch. But I don't remember if I immediately started using. This was done in Open Canvas, so this is much older. I don't remember if I started using CorelDRAW for the final line art, or if I was doing the sketches in Paint and then going straight into Photoshop. I think I was doing it like that. Now let me check this here real quick. Yeah, these are not vector lines. These were drawn freehand and colored in Photoshop. Those MS Paint, Open Canvas, and Photoshop CS2. What did I use Open Canvas for on this? I have no idea. Oh, maybe I drew the sketch in Paint, then I drew the line arts in Open Canvas, and then I drew them again in Photoshop. Wow, that was cumbersome. What tools have I used for this one? Paint and Photoshop. 69 layers, nice. So this one I sketched in Paint and then I drew everything else and colored and did effects and stuff in Photoshop. This is from 2011. This is already a huge leap in progress when compared to the picture that I'm trying to emulate the style of. Wait, have I not uploaded the picture that I'm looking for? I must have. Unless it is not visible. It was much before this one. Unless it's not visible in the featured stuff here. It must be in scraps or whips. Let's check whips. Vector lines, vector lines. Ah, here, that's what I'm looking for. Yes, these are definitely vector lines. So this, I do believe it was the very first time that I used vector lines for the final line art. New coloring experimenting. I have many whips lying around and most of them are still sketches, and this is one of them. This is from 2012. Haven't drawn PY in a while. In fact, this is the last time I ever drew him. How old is this? You might wonder. Well, I believe it or not, this is 1 year and 4 months old. The sketch was created on January 16th of 2011. Gosh, this is old indeed. Well, I have works in progress nowadays that are as old as at least 5 years, so this here was nothing. Anyway, I found that I really need to improve my coloring and effect skills. Currently, they are two different things in a sense. Generally, no matter how I paint, I think I meant to say how I paint. How I paint, I can still do the effects the same way. My English wasn't very good back in 2012. It was much better than it was in 2008 and 2009, that's for sure. But they are too simple and cheat. What? I think I meant to say cheap. This must have been a typo. I wrote a journal about my issues with coloring and effects, so I'm not talking about that here. Now I'm curious to see that journal. Also, this dragon looks very cool. And okay, that's already in my favorites. Where was I? Not gonna talk about that here. I found what might be the beginning of my salvation. A new method of painting, a new method for painting / coloring that saves me a lot of time and layers. Not only that, but gives me a better looking image. That sentence is weird. Alone with this new method still can't, at this point, fulfill my artistic needs, all because I am still stuck with line arts. Well, one problem I still haven't gotten out of being stuck with line arts, for the record. Well, one problem at a time. Line arts aren't too bad and I can still use them for a little longer. 2023 and I am still using them. What I most need at first is coloring and effects, and since the effects depend mostly on the coloring, better start by the beginning. So what I did was make a pure black line art over the sketch on CorelDRAW. Yes, this here was indeed the very first time that I used vector lines for the line art. And this was still just an experiment. Let me go back here for a moment. What the fudge? That was weird. So after, I do wonder what was the first thing that I drew, that I actually drew using this method here. Anyway, let's go back to what I wrote back in 2012 with this, which can give me a high definition / resolution project once exported, and keep the background transparent. Then I imported the PNG into Photoshop and started working on it with masks. Yes, that was also the first time that I used mask layers for the coloring. These allowed me to color the entire body in a minute without the need to worry about letting colors get past what they shouldn't. This here I was referring to leaking, quote unquote leaking colors past the line art. This is cute. I'm gonna add this to my collection. Hold on a moment. Wait. Sorry, I can't help when I see the title is garbled. When I see cool art, I just have to add it to my collection. Give me just a moment. There we go. Spiral by Sylvie Shiny Star. After I got the characters fully colored with very fewer layers than the old method and much sharper lines, I used a tool that I didn't know existed and could color the black line art right away without the need for any extra layer or anything. And they came out perfectly. So yes, this is all testing for now. I am getting used to this new coloring method before trying the effects department. My amazing friend Poki Inuyasha sent me, she's an amazing friend. I haven't spoken to her in a while though. Hope she's doing well. Poki Inuyasha sent me some very useful hints and tutorials on the coloring and effects department, but the results they grant are a bit advanced for me to follow at the moment. I will use them and I will get to that. But at the first hand, my greater need is to solve the base colors / flat colors versus line arts issue. So I'm starting by here. Once I get used to this, I will care about effects. Mostly because those tutorials handle both things at the same time before merging both departments into one. I'd better improve on both alone first. What? I'd better improve on both alone. Okay. Whatever. So yes, please tell me what you think of this. It's not finished though. Lacks a fan on PY's right hand, and of course the effects. I don't think I actually ever finished this. Yeah, I don't think I ever finished this. I would have seen it on my gallery when I was looking for this one specifically. I don't think I ever finished that. This is awesome. Yes, before you ask, this is inspired by myself and one particular thing I used to do on Super Smash Bros. Brawl / Melee. Yeah, so I suppose I can safely say I started using the Vector's Final Line Arts method in 2012. Boy, that was a very long time ago already. Of course, I improved a lot on that method since then, but still, I am curious. So this is from May 30th, 2012. When was the actual final picture that I drew using this method? Let me go back here to page 8. This was Open Canvas. Actually, no, that was Paint plus Photoshop only. Paint and Photoshop. This, I can't tell. 2011, this was Paint and Photoshop. This was 100% CorelDRAW. As well as this here. I was practicing with vectoring. May 3rd, 2012. May 30th. Okay, so I first started practicing with CorelDRAW alone, and then I tried to sketch and vectorize. So this here doesn't count. This here must have been done. Yes, this here. May 16th. Wait a second, these are vectors. Use CorelDRAW X5 and Photoshop CS2. May 16th. Okay, so I actually started using that method before I did this practice here. What? Oh, I know. I drew this here completely in CorelDRAW. I colored in CorelDRAW as well. And Photoshop. See, what did I do on Photoshop on this here? I must have done just the eye. Yeah, I can see a line art down here. This was colored in CorelDRAW. So this here still doesn't quite count. May 21st, 2012. Paint and Photoshop. So this here I actually sketched in Paint and then did everything else in Photoshop without going through CorelDRAW. And this one was basically a practice with just vectors in CorelDRAW. So these two here, they were colored differently. So that one doesn't count. I should say those ones don't count. Let's see if this one here, the eyes are always bigger. June 20th, 2012. Paint and Photoshop. So by June I was still not using CorelDRAW. What about Infirmary Awkwardness? September. That's a long description. Ah, here we go. Paint and CorelDRAW. But before that, no, this was done in Paint. Okay, so this one I drew using Paint and Photoshop, but this one was already using CorelDRAW. So I think this was the first time that I used CorelDRAW for just the line art, the final line art, and then I colored everything in Photoshop. Let's see if I mentioned that here. Tried some new things here, a couple new effects, some improved ones, but in general most of the effects just came the same old recipe, are just the same old recipe. But the greatest change was the line art and coloring, where I made the line art on Corel, then exported and used a new technique I learned to color. I saved one hecton of time, so got greater quality, made it possible and easier to edit lines if needed, and I needed. And as an extra, I gained the high definition and also a huge project folder. The folder containing Infirmary Awkwardness files weighs exactly 2.81 gigabytes. The final .png file itself has 16.31 megabytes. It's also the work with the most layers so far, 72 layers in total. I use so many more layers nowadays. I must say though, nice English, I must say though that there are 3 things in this picture that I am not happy with. Okay, that's most just comments on the actual picture itself. So yeah, I think I can say I officially started using that method in September of 2012. And this was the first picture to be done that way. And I think this is the highest resolution, I guess. Okay, I don't remember why and how I got into checking this stuff. So let's just go back to Windows XP. I think I started with not being able to rotate in Photoshop CS3. Anyway, that method is a very big progress from this method here, where I just drew the line arts, the final line arts, all by freehand, and then painstakingly colored everything like this here. And I had to be very careful with how I was doing the coloring. Also, by 2012 I was already using Windows 7 because I upgraded from the Athlon XP that I used to have in 2009. I upgraded to that Generation 1 Core i5, which had just been released by Intel a few months before. I upgraded in early 2010. And when I started using that PC, I went straight to Windows 7. And I never stopped using that Windows until I had to upgrade to my current Ryzen 5 in 2021 when, because due to lack of support for Windows 7 on the motherboard, you know, no drivers for Windows 7, I was forced to migrate over to Windows 10, which I still hate as both a user and as a computer technician. But now mostly as a user. So yeah, in 2012 I was already doing all that stuff in Windows 7. And also, what I just showed you guys, that was basically when I abandoned and stopped using Open Canvas for drawing everything. Actually, no, I stopped using Open Canvas a little before that. On those pictures that we saw, where I was using just Microsoft Paint and Photoshop, those were the ones where when I stopped using Open Canvas. You know, it was actually a nice thing for me to always add in the description which tools I used to draw those pictures. Maybe I should go back to doing that. That way, future me, whenever, if ever, I migrate to different methods and techniques and workflows and even programs, if I ever want to go back and remember what I was using in 2023, 2022 and before, and even after now, then that should tell me exactly what I was doing and how I was doing it. Alright, let's use a bigger brush now and finish coloring this tree. More quickly. Let's increase this brush to size, 71 should be fine. It's got to be a bit careful right here. There we go. And let's save this shade of brown with this color sample, in case I need that later. And now let's begin the process of investigating the flaws. Okay, it doesn't look like I am leaking any colors here, but I do have one little bug on the trunk. Right here, the trunk line art. There. Ah, there's some missing brown right there. Set this to number 4. Right here, it's very subtle, but it is there. Silver, could you excuse me for a moment, please? Go over there, thank you. Missing brown right here. And here. There. You know, something that I am finding a little bit interesting, if not annoying. Look at how squiggly these lines are. It almost doesn't look like I drew them using a pen and a tablet. There's some missing brown here. A little bit over there. Excuse me, Silver, my boy. Ah, look at him napping on the branch. It's cute. Okay, I think that should be everything. So let's re-enable both of these layers and save. Yeah, I don't think I had saved in a little while. Right. Let's open the browser here again and go back to this picture. Come on. Uh-oh. He's not responding. Come on, my pal. That's the name of this browser. I think my pal is gonna crash. It doesn't want to switch tabs. Okay, what if I click the X on the first tab here? Come on, go, you can do it. Come on, XP, you can do it. No, it's not gonna do it. It's not gonna do it. It's going to be much quicker if I just open that file directly. Let's force quits. Well, actually, the browser crashed. Well then. Anyway, it's gonna be much quicker if I just open the file itself. Michael, art, whip, OC Photoshop, and that picture was called Mike Ryder. Mike avatar, shadow. That is not in this folder. Maybe it was a request? I do have a requests folder here, don't I? I do, but it's not in this folder. Maybe it's out here somewhere? No. What about here? Requests. I don't think it's any of these. Also, I need to reorganize that folder because there's a lot of old garbage in there. Maybe it was a commission actually. One of my earliest commissions. What year was that from? 2009, right? No, that's not this. Free samples? No. 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 Definitely not this. Oh, frick. Where is that? It should be in here, but it doesn't seem to be. Made to Soar, Magic Swirl, Magical Knight, Magna Unit, Make Me Proud, Mega Slowbro, Michael, Michael 2, Michael Meets Michael, Michael Bernard Jackson, Mike Try at the touchscreen, Mike Avatar, Mike Bus, Mike Porcini, Mike Coloring, Mike Colors, blah. I have no idea where that is. Okay, let me look for that on Windows 10. Although I'm not going to switch capture for you guys. Because what I'm gonna do here is just what I was trying to do right there, and that's boring. So just give me just a moment. See, Michael Art. Where is that? It's not this here. No, not that. Hold on, I think I know how to find that more quickly. Hang in there, everyone. Hang in there. No, not this. A little older. 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 Ow. Older. I see. It was a contest entry. So I guess I used to have a folder just for contests. If so, then where the fudge did I put that folder? Just so you don't keep staring at a Windows Explorer window. Let's leave that there on Photoshop. In the meantime, I'm gonna be silent for a moment because I am trying to focus on locating that folder. Aha! I found it. It's an OC Photoshop Contests Silver 500 Characters Meeting. Okay, let me switch my screen here back to Windows XP. And let's browse for that in here. Here, Contests Silver 500 Characters Meeting. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. This is that picture. Oh, this is the maximum resolution for this, huh? 1054 by 768. It's very small by today's standards, but back then I considered this to be a big picture. Anyway, what did I want to check on this again? I can't remember. Oh yes, I wanted to see the trees. Alright, I can't drag it like this. Never mind. Okay. Okay, I think I got it. I will take another quick bathroom break, and when I get back, I'm gonna see if I can draw these quote-unquote leaves. Like I did for this picture here back in the day. Anyway, I will be right back once more, everyone. See you in a moment.
you can see the front of, and shoes that would never fit a Clydesdale. Slender fingers you could put in a glove, and pants that don't need to accommodate a tail.
I am back. Man, I seriously need to get a better phone to use as a stream deck, because this crappy Alcatel phone that I am using as a stream deck is really crap. This thing is so slow, so sluggish, that often when I press a button on the deck, either it doesn't recognize my tap, or it does, so I have to press it again, or it does, but it takes a while to respond, so I think it didn't recognize, so I press it again, and then it like double triggers the thing. And also the screen's so small and not exactly very accurate, so sometimes I am going to press one button here and I accidentally end up pressing another one, because even though my finger is on the actual button that I want to press, for some reason the screen thinks I am pressing on the button on the next to the one that I'm actually pressing. Which is why you saw me accidentally switching capture to the main PC and away from Windows XP over here a couple times. Anyway, let's get back to this. Tree trunk line art, so I think I'm gonna be creating a new layer on top. Let's call it Leaves 1. And I remember exactly what the brush that I used to draw this here was. It was one of these. Wow. I must have just clicked around. Yes, definitely. Alright. Let's hide Silver Trot. Sample this green. And I'm gonna want 3 shades of green. Maybe one lighter green than this here. Let's begin with this one, and a little bit of yellow. There, something very light, like so. Now for this, I am gonna need the mouse. So let me put away the main PC mouse over there. Let's hide this colors sample. I'm gonna need this brush to be larger. Size 100. Yeah, size 100. Wait a second. Is that supposed to be behind the tree trunk? I colored this tree here in Open Canvas. I definitely colored this in Open Canvas. I can tell from the gradients here. Yeah, I must have drawn these trees in Open Canvas. Not in Photoshop like I am doing right now. But fine, there was a point when I was drawing the trees in Open Canvas as well. I think you know what? Let's just open that in Photoshop. The actual PSD file in Photoshop. Yeah, see? No groups. Let's see. Trees, leaves, front. Ah. I see. Trees, trunks. Ah, okay. I was thinking I did that. So I do have, this was definitely made in Open Canvas. I only have one leaves layer on top of the trunk layer. And that one had the eraser applied a little bit, so the branches would appear. But the other layers, actually only one other layer. In any case, that was also placed. Wait. No, wait, what? I only used one leaf effect with a brush. What? Oh no, I did use another one. It's this one. Ah, I did use two or three colors here, but I had them on the same layer. Okay, I got confused a little bit. I thought I separated them in different layers. And then there's the base. Just this, a little blur there. Okay, I forgot about that. Don't save. Okay. So this layer is gonna go here, behind the trunk layer. Let's begin to click around. No, hold on, I dragged the mouse. It cannot be dragged. This is going to be the ugliest tree I have ever drawn in the past few years. And only because I have improved a lot on how to draw trees. Since 2009, when I used to draw trees in this style using these methods and these old skills. My god, this is slow and tedious. I mean, technically I can do this with a pen, it would go a little faster. But the thing with clicking with a pen is that the pen might slip and cause a little dragging like this here. And that will ruin everything. Okay, that should be enough. Now, although I did do the different layers of leaves on the same layer back in the day for this tree here, both of these trees, I am not going to do it like that right now. I am actually going to use... Wait, what is there? Okay. I'm actually going to use different layers. Like I do nowadays. Leaves... Lavis. Leaves 2. And sure, let's call this one Leaves 3. So this one will have to go up here. Okay. Let's switch colors and make this here darker. Let me grab the pen for this. Let's see. Maybe a little darker. Not too dark. Actually, this is fine. There. That might be too dark. Okay, let's go with this here. Let's try it. So hey, if you are new to drawing trees and you want to improve and you don't know how to draw trees and you want to start with something simple, because it's easier to do and easier to learn, you can try this method, this technique. It works, it's just, or I personally don't find this to be the greatest, not anymore. But hey, it works. At least it did for me back in 2009. Okay, so that is done. Let me save both of these shades of green to this color sample here. So, oops. So I can reuse them later if I need. Now let's go back here to leaves 3. And for this, I think I will hide this layer and this layer. Yes. And let's make the green now a little darker, right? Right? Let's see, I think the shade should be fine. Let's pick the correct brush. Size 100. Now hold on a second, this has to go on top of the line art layer. Yeah, this might be enough. Back to the mouse. And let's begin. Now this is supposed to envelop the branches. Frick! Now I language.exe has stopped responding. The branches. Okay, let's bring these back into view so I can properly see what the fudge I'm doing. Let's make this brush a little smaller. Let's drop it down to 80. So I can add some of it right here. Excuse me, Silver, I need to check that area. Okay, this should do it. So let's save this shade to that color set, like I did before. Let's move this stuff down. And now use the eraser with a soft round brush. Not too big, but not too small either. Let's erase right here. Easy now, I can't erase too much. This is about the same thing that I did when I drew this tree here back in 2009. More or less, anyway. Go, that should be enough. Okay. And save. Okay. Now for the grass. Let's make a new layer over grass space and let's call this grass 1. Let me move those colors sample back up. And let's sample this green. Oops. And I need 2 shades of green now. A lighter one than this. Let's try this one. Yeah, that might work. And I will need a darker one than this. Okay, that should work. Now, there's two different kinds of grass brushes that I can use with this here. The one that I use for this picture, I can focus on the grass. There, this grass here, it looks like garbage. But that one I used this brush here. It's a basic brush, stock, comes with Photoshop, or at least it used to. But after a while I started using this one, which gives a much better effect. Nowadays I have 1 or 2 grass brush packs that contain much better brushes that I can use, but I am not going to use those brushes with this here. No. I'm gonna use this one. Let's see what this is looking like. Oh yeah, it has yellow for some reason. That yellow there should not bothers me. Color dynamics. This stuff that I would never fiddle with back in the day. Yeah, I don't know where these yellow and oranges come from. They are here as well. Honestly, don't know where they're coming from. For the grass, I will need silver to be visible, so I can get the size of the grass correct. This grass is super ugly. I know I was using this back in the day, but that is so ugly. This here is so much better and more natural looking. Look at this. It's much better. Now, one thing that I will use this brush here instead of the other one. It's probably not what I would use if I was actually drawing this in 2009. Or maybe it was, but later in the year, I can't remember, I don't know. It's been a long time, okay? Another thing that I wouldn't do is use multiple layers for the grass. This is something that I only do nowadays. Well, have been doing for a few years, but the point that I'm gonna try to get at is that, well, perspective. So let's begin with smaller brushes. Okay, I'm actually gonna have to hide you, Silver. Let's begin with a smaller brush back there, because these patches of grass are a little farther away. It stopped clicking. Why? Oh, because of you, Silver. You are in the way. Don't be in the way, buddy. Let's do this. I'm gonna have to do it again. I'm gonna cover the entire base like this. Okay, so that's one layer of grass. Let's make another one and call it grass 2. With this one, I will use a larger brush. Let's go to 110. Make silver visible again. This one is supposed to be in closer to us, closer to the camera. Let me hide the ground base, or the grass base. Now, which method did I use to have the grass cover Braveheart's paws here and the roots of the trees? There was a point when I would just draw more grass on top of those, but then I switched to using an eraser with a grass brush. I drew over. I can see right here, I drew over. But over here, it looks like I used the eraser. I drew over here, and here, and there, but over here looks like I used an eraser. Well, for this here, I think I will go with erasing. But not yet. Not just yet. For now, let's make silver fully visible. See what this is looking like so far. Okay, let's save. Actually, this grass brush that I just used, I still use it today. It's much better than that first one that I just showed you. Let me save these grass shades of green to the color sample there. There we go, and save again, and let's drink water. Sorry for the silence, I'm trying to think what exactly I'm going to be doing next. Not just exactly thinking what to do next, but mostly thinking how I would do whatever I have to do next back in the day. Because if I just go with how I think nowadays, how I do art nowadays, this is going to turn into a very different picture from what I am aiming at. But since I am trying to emulate my skill level from back in the day, I also need to think and try to remember how I used to do certain things back in those days. This grass looks quite out of place. As does the tree, but that's mostly because of the grass. Let's save this as a different file because I am going to make a few bigger changes now. Let's save this as Alpha 1. And let's move the tree. Let's move the tree up a little bit. Maybe have it behind all of the grass layers for perspective reasons. Okay, that certainly solves the root situation. Right. Now I need this layer, tree leaves base. Let's hide the leaves. And Silvertrot himself. Yeah, let's blur this line there. Let's see here, blur tool. Let's use a soft round brush. Yeah, let's try size 100. 100% strength. Why is this happening? Why is that black thing there? I don't know. But I think I know how I can fix that. A little bit of the smudge tool should help with that. I honestly don't know why that is there. There is no color over there. Like seriously, if I drag this, see there's nothing over there. I really don't know where that is coming from. Let's blur some more. Okay, let's switch now to the smudge. Zoom in. And let's see if I can fix that. Give me a soft round brush. Yeah, this size might be enough. There we go. There we go. All sorted. Still can be a little better though. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's good enough. And save. Let's now re-enable the leaves. Yeah, that seems to be close enough to how I used to do it. Okay, now this guy needs a couple clouds, right? Let's check these clouds over here. I think I know exactly how I drew these clouds. Shall we make them? Clouds. And I'm gonna need a very, very light blue. Almost complete white. And also a slightly darker shade of the same blue. This might be enough. Oops, I pressed the wrong key, frick. Okay. Now, if memory serves me right, the way I drew those clouds was using a hard round brush like this one, but at a smaller size. Yeah. And I would draw circles like this. Let's try again. I'm gonna need to hide the tree for a moment. Then I would fill it up with more circles like this, or spirals more specifically. And switch colors, and now we add the darker blue at the bottom. We kind of go up a little bit following the general shape of the cloud. kind of like this. Let's draw another one over here. These shapes are random, by the way. Okay, let's bring Silvertrot back into view, as well as the tree trunk, to see if I need more clouds or these are fine. And where I would need them also. I could draw some mountains back here. Or we could pretend that Silver, in this specific picture, is sitting like at the top of a hill or something. I think I'm going to move those clouds a little further up. Like this, yes. Let me see about another cloud, but very small over there. Let me do this again. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, let's see about drawing a couple hills. Let's try that. Hills. Hills base. But first, let me save these shades of blue to this layer here. Because I am most likely gonna need them again. Some point later. Let's see, hue space. Let's sample one of these shades of green. Let's try this one. And let's make it a little more blue. And maybe a little brighter, but not much. I'm gonna need to hide you, Silver. Okay, that should do it. Let's actually rename this one to Hue 1. Make another layer and call that one Hue 2. And actually move that one underneath Hue 1. Let's resample this color, make it a little more blue. And okay, let's actually color these things now. Let's invert the selection, increase the size of this brush, and do the same thing with Hue 1. Wrong color. There we go. Now let's save, oops. Let's save these shades of green to the colors sample. Excuse me, Silver. There we go, like that. I did it on the wrong layer, frick. There we go. Now that is correct. Alright. Right, that seems to be fine. Yeah, the picture is taking shape. Very nice. Let me see, what do I want to do next? Well, I know what I want to do next, but I gotta think how I gotta do it. I think I'm gonna work some more on those clouds, or... Hang on a moment, let me try something. What is gonna happen? Select, modify, expand by 1. Okay, what is going to happen if I make a new layer here with that selection? Invert the selection. Okay, now this is something that I would never do back in 2009. I only learned about this several years later, but for this I will try it here. Try it anyway. It's a mask layer. Give me this brown and let's make it lighter. What I think I'm going to try and do now is try to simulate in Photoshop, oops, this sort of gradient that I did for shading in Open Canvas. All of those years back when I drew this tree here, both of the trees in this picture here. I'll see if I can try to simulate that here in Photoshop. Let's see, let's use an airbrush. Maybe a little larger. Let's try 150 in size. In a way, this is already shading. Let's drop this back to 90. And lightly press the pen right here. Okay? Okay. Let's swap colors, sample this, actually this here. Make it a little darker, like so. Let's increase the size of the brush back to 100. And lightly press the brush on the tablet, like this. Drop it to 50. There we go. Well, it's not like this, but whatever, I'll take it. I'll just take it. I'm not gonna bother too much about that. Let's call this trunk shading. What? Yeah, the MyPal browser definitely crashed, but that was a while ago. Why is it only showing that error now? Let me just confirm it is not still in the background. No, it isn't. Good. Wow, look at the difference. Alright, nice. I should probably want to save these colors to the sample as well. There we go. And save. Now, let's see, what am I gonna do next? I think next I will save as a different file. Let's save this as Alpha 2. I am getting tired, but I want to finish this. I am very close to finishing this today. Let's hide Silvertrot and let's work on those clouds. Now I will need the smudge tool, if memory serves me right, but I'm not quite sure I remember which brush I should use for this. Maybe one of these. Let me look at these clouds here again. Actually, the way I drew these clouds on this picture here, I think it was a bit different. It was another technique than this one here, but I did use to draw clouds like this as well at some point. But I think it was on a later thing. But anyway, if you want to draw some simple clouds, get started, this is the way to do it. Let's decrease the size of the brush for this one. And not press the pen too hard on the tablet with this. There. Let's go back to 39. And work. Silver, why must you always be everywhere that I need to work on? I love you, little buddy, but sometimes you get on my nerves. You behave too much like a cat. Mind you, I love cats, but still. There's a time and place for everything. And there we go. The clouds are done. Okay. Save. And I think now it should be a good time to begin the actual process of actually shading. So let's go now to the dodge tool over here. That is the dodge tool, right? Yes. Let's do silver here. I'm gonna need a soft round brush of a large size. Well, not too large. 100 should be enough for now. Oh, that is very pixelated. Ah, hang on a second. I was gonna do this in the exact same way that I do all my shading nowadays. But back in the day, shading was much simpler. The way I would shade was much simpler. I believe I basically would just add one pass of the dodge tool like this. There, and for the actual shadows, you know, the actual shading itself, I think it would also be just one pass, but kind of like this. Let me compare with this one here. Yeah, it's definitely like that. It's definitely like that. And a very not very perfect. What kind of sentence was that? Very imperfect. A little bit of shading there. Here on his horn. Give a little more darkness here. Okay, I think that should be good enough. So let's save this for now. Am I gonna want to do that to the tree? I think not. I will do this to the leaves though. Let's see, that's grass. I will have to do this to the grass as well, right? Maybe? Normally I do nowadays, but I don't know back in the day. Let's see here, tree leaves. Let's increase the size of this brush to 200. Let's add some light right there. Now do the same thing with this leaves layer here. Maybe should decrease. Nah, keep it at 100%. Let's instead just... that's already 200. Okay then. That. Now leaves number 2. And now leaves number 3. Like this. There we go, that should be enough. Maybe some shadows though. Yes, definitely some shadows. So let's go to the burn tool. Afric. Brush number 200. Let's add some shadow. Hold on. To the base. Let's add some shadows here. At first, then some on leaves number 1, number 2, and lastly, number... Whoa, that is strong. That is very strong. Let's reduce the opacity, the exposure. Let's switch the brush to an airbrush. There we go. Our leaves are shaded. Let's save this. And let's now do the same thing for the grass. Let's see, heel. I'm gonna have to do that to the heels as well. Where's the grass? Here. Excuse me, Silver. You are in the way again, buddy. Just one pass, like this. Hang on, let me do that again. Okay. Now grass 1. Let me scratch my knee first. There we go. I'm gonna need a larger brush with this. Let's go with size 300 so we can cover more ground. Kind of literally. There. Now same thing here with grass 2. But wait, what about the shading? The shadow that Silver is supposed to be casting on the grass. Alright, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I know how I'm gonna do that in the way that I used to do back in the day. Okay, so this should be fine. Let's make a new layer on top. I'm gonna skip to the next song if you don't mind. Let's pick a soft round brush. 65 should be fine. Color black. And let's do a basic shadow underneath Silver right here. Hold on, but the light is coming from behind, so this shadow has to be cast to the foreground, towards the foreground. There, now let's use the eraser with another soft round brush. Erase some stuff over here. Yeah, that should be enough. Over here. Now I basically just give this some opacity. Let's begin with 50%. Yeah, 50% should work. Let's call this Silver's Shadow, 50%. And save. Now I'm gonna save, hold on, before I do anything else. Hide Silver, let's do some basic shading on those heels. Let's drop the size of the brush. This. Now heel number 2. There we go. Okay, now we can bring Silver back into view and save. And save again, but this time... what? What is this? What did I click on? Save as. What the hell is this window? It wasn't like this before. Wait, what? Okay. Whatever. Alpha 3. Now let's go back to the eraser and grab the same grass brush that we used to draw that grass. And I think I'm gonna need size 100. Right? Well, maybe not, but let's go with this size anyway. If that is the wrong size, then I'm just gonna change it again. And now we do this here. We erase some pieces of Silver Trot that are right down here, just to make it look like there is grass. Excuse me. Like he's actually sitting on grass. This here's a little bit of a problem, as well as this corner here. That is actually a problem that I always had with this brush when trying to do this little trick here. I always had this little trouble. Let's try a smaller brush for those corners. There. It's not a perfect solution, but it helps. Anyway, and now it looks like Silver is actually sitting on grass. Well, I don't quite like how the grass went over here, but that is one of the problems that I always have to cope with when doing stuff like this back in the day. Let's do just a little bit more over here. And there we go. And save. And there is one thing that I didn't do back in those days, but I am tempted to do now. And it is the leaves brush trick to give the illusion of texture to the tree trunk. Can I merge this together? Link layers, merge layers. Okay. I'll probably not keep this effect, but I want to see what it's going to look like on here. Let's see, size 10. 15 over here. Yeah, maybe a little bit of this won't hurt. I am just simulating the stuff anyway, so it doesn't have to be exactly like it used to be back in the day. Let's do the same thing here for the shading. Besides, not too far from when I drew this picture here, I did start using this little trick here. So even in 2009, there were pictures that I drew that did use this little technique here, this little trick, to give the illusion of texture to some things when I did shading. And you know what? I think this is it. I think this is done. Let's save this to a file now called Final. Silver, I can't see what I am typing with you there. There we go, that's better. Okay. Let's clean up the layers. Delete color sample. Let's delete this and this because I don't need those anymore. Let's close that, and let's make a new group and call it WTM for watermark and save again. And now let's open my watermarks file. Hang on a second, I'm gonna do that through here. Oh, is Windows XP even gonna be able to handle Watermark 7? The resolution on this PSD file is huge. Well, let's try and see what happens. The computer won't explode, but the operating system might implode. I'm gonna drink water while this loads. Also, I still have Open Canvas open. Let's close that. Excuse me. Some text layers might need to be... no need. It's just some fonts that I used on Windows 10 that I don't have installed on XP. Photoshop is... Windows XP is still struggling to get this open on Photoshop. I already clicked no, but it's still working on it. Let's close this because I believe I don't need that anymore. I fear this might actually crash. Well, nothing I can really do at the moment but wait. It's doing it. Hey, there we go. Just took forever. Alright, these are my new watermarks. I am still not quite used to using them, so I have no idea which one to pick. I think I'm gonna pick this one. Select all, copy. Right, no tabs. Okay, so let's go here and paste. The watermark alone is so much bigger than the picture I just drew. My god, look at this. Oh, I don't have a setting to change. Hold on, what is that thing called on CS6? Let me take a quick look. Hold on a moment. Actually, let's look at that together. Let's see. Let me make a new layer here. Let's try to resize this. Interpolation. Where is there even a interpolation setting on CS3? Because I need this to be set to bicubic smoother. If I can't do that on CS3, I'm gonna bring the PSD here into CS6. So I can do that without barking up the watermark. Let's see, do we have interpolation here somewhere? Submit, transform, switch between free transform and warp modes. Select, transform, no, filter, analysis, view. No, I don't think there is interpolation settings. Yeah, no, there are no interpolation settings here. Well, let's do this anyway and see what it will look like. If it looks like garbage, then I will open the same file on CS6 on Windows 10, just so I can do it there. Let's bring this up a bit, so I can have some room below it to add the URL, or the URLs. URLs. There's two of them now. One for my DA gallery and another one for my Inkblot gallery. Okay, that actually looks fine. That actually looks fine. Let's see, watermarks. Which one do I want? This one, or that one? Oh, if this one are actually the same. Maybe this one? Let's try it. My god, look at the size of this thing. That's what she said. Stupid joke. Is over here? Actually, no, hold on a second. Align this with the actual watermark itself. And there we go. Yeah, that should be enough. Oh, you know what? You know what? Hold on a moment. Hold on. If I'm gonna do it like that, I can just use this watermark instead, which is this one. So delete both of these layers and paste this one instead. Oops. There we go. Hey, pianist! Yes, you are a bit late. Happy Sunday. Thank you for joining. Welcome anyway. You know you are late when you see me installing, quote-unquote installing, the watermark on the picture. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, that looks alright. Let's call this layer WTM and add a little bit of stroke. Let's give it a stroke. 3 pixels, perfect size. Let's bring it a little closer to the edges, like so. Yeah, that seems alright. Now let's give this... Hold on a moment. Silver, go over there, please. Why must you always trot where I need to work? Drop the opacity to 10%. And there we go. It is done. And save. Okay, now I need to save this as a PNG file. First, let's hide the watermark. I'm gonna save 2 copies. Oh, by the way, I still don't know what to call this picture. Hang on. What the frick am I gonna call this? This Silvertrot, he has already been drawn before, as you guys might remember, for a comic that I released a few years back. I have no idea what to call this specific picture that I just made, reusing the original sketch from that comic. I just thought of the name, quote, Silver, but it's 2009, end quote. Oh, but that's a very stupid name. Okay, I kind of need a moment here to think. The music is super quiet. What song is this? This song is really sweet, but it's also oh so quiet. Also, this visualization is not the one I like. Hold on, where? There we go. There we go. That's the one. I'm gonna skip to the next one. What is this one? It's also very quiet. I'm gonna skip. Oh, Handbag is a nice song. Did I accidentally reduce the volume on media player? No, it's still on 10. What to call this picture?
I'm just a boy. I'm just a handbag. I'm just a toy. Tell me why do you let me fall? Am I just
I am actually very tempted to just call this Silver, but in 2009 or something like that. I don't really like that name, however. I really don't. Well, what I think, let me merge the line art layer of the trunk with the coloring, because I forgot to do that. There we go, that's better. Now I can save this again. I'm gonna be silent for a moment, guys, while I try to think of a title here. Or a title for this one here. Sorry. By the way, did Cherish Pokeballs exist back in 2009? Random question, I know, sorry. What to call this? What to call you? What to call you? What to call you? So we're just shrugged over here. Yeah, I have no idea either. I mean, if this was an actual new picture, I would have thought of something, but this is something that I just made on the fly, recycling a sketch from something else completely different. And in fact, this pose Silver is showing here right now is completely out of context. Because again, in case you guys don't remember, I originally drew this Silver. Let me go here to Windows 10. I originally drew that Silvertrot for a comic. I should already have the A open here. Who do I catch for the next gym? I don't know. I'm not sure I like that either. Anyway, in 2020 I drew this Silvertrot for this comic here. This resolution is so absurdly big. Anyway, this is the original silver. Much more and better defined, I might add, than the recreation I just made there. Again, you have to remember, I just drew I drew silver there as I would probably in 2009 with open canvas and stuff. But anyway, this is the original. There is context as to why he is disposed holding a cherished Pokeball and blapping like that. In case you guys might be curious to see this coming for yourself, because I know you can see it very well on the stream, there's the link in chat. But anyway, there's context, and this was planned out. This here, however, was not. I did not plan this out. I just winged it. I like literally last Sunday. I literally said, you know what? Let's just pick some sketch here for something that I have already drawn, and let's redraw that. That's literally what I did, and I decided, and I went with something that I thought would be simple enough to try out on open canvas. But yeah, other than that, none of that was planned at all. What do I call you? Frig. Clap on a hill? I mean, none of this was planned. Yeah, let's go with Blap on a hill. Let's go with Blap on a hill. I think it's the thing that least not match anything here. Blap on a hill by Mike Dragon. And save. Okay, now let's re-enable the watermark and save it again. Same file name, oops. But this time on this folder here, just so I won't have a problem with conflicting file names. Save, okay. Alright, now let's check that file. Let's change the preview here. How do I do that again? Oh yeah, here. Thumbnails. Excuse me, Shiver. You are on top of yourself. There we go, Blap on a Hill. I so want to change this name to something better and more fitting, but I really can't think of anything else. Okay, now I basically just need to upload this to DeviantArt. Question. Can I upload this from Windows XP? I mean, DA seems to work okay on my pal, the browser, though it did crash after a while. That's Internet Explorer. I did not ask for you, IE. Mind you, back in 2009, I do believe I was still using Internet Explorer. Oh, MyPal restores tabs if it crashes. Nice. Okay, let's well, first of all, let's switch to the mouse. Let's pick any of these deviations here just so I can copy the description. Yeah, let's pick Argus Good does a blap. Amazing. Let's copy this text. Let's see if this is going to work. Submit a deviation. Blep. Yeah. Choose file to upload. Let's see, my documents, Michael, Nostalgia Art, Whip, Blap on a Hill by Mike Dragon. Wait, It is missing the by. The heck? Hold on, wrong folder. How did that happen? By Mike Dragon. Must be missing here as well. It is. By Mike Dragon. There we go. Okay, let's do this again. Uploading Blab on a Hill by Mike Dragon. Over there, silver, because I need to click exactly where you were standing. Look at the size of this. The pit.
It's so tiny. It's so tiny.
Well, by my current standards, this is tiny. Because I now work with much larger canvases. Like the last picture that I uploaded to the A, it's 2460 by 1931 pixels. Anyway, let's see here, 778 by 759 is not necessary. Alright, what am I going to write here as a description for this picture? First of all, I am not really happy with the title I gave this pic. However, since none of it was planned at all, I cannot, or rather, I could not, for the life of me, think of a better title. Anyway, I went full nostalgia mode. The hell did it wrote there? Nostalgia. Nostalgia. My right wrist still hurts, so it is making it still a little hard to type with both hands. For over a week I have been typing mostly with just my left hand. It's awful. I went full nostalgia mode and booted up into Windows XP, installed my drawing tablet on it, installed Open Canvas and Photoshop CS3. Install Open Canvas and Photoshop CS3 like I used to have and use back in 2008/2009. Except that at the time I was actually using either Photoshop 7.0 CS or CS2. Most likely CS2 by the time period I tried to emulate here. Alright, let's see here. Like I used to have and use back in 2008-2009, and using Open Canvas just like I would back then, I tried to emulate my style, skill, and effects from that era by redrawing a Silver Trot sketch that I had originally drawn back in 2020 for this comic. Now let's find that comic here. Let's see if oh my god, hopefully this is not gonna crash. Mike Dragon. Yeah, here. You know, just to be safe, let me copy this text here. Let's make a backup of it. Why is Notepad not opening? Ah, there we go. Let me drink some water. Here, this one. For the comic, got badges. And there we go, that comic. Let me see, what else can I write here? That I had originally drawn back in 2020 for the comic Got Badges. Let's make this italic. Because I can. Okay, never mind, let's not make it italic. It doesn't work here. Whatever. Also, like back in those days, once I finished drawing silver in Open Canvas, I brought it over straight into Photoshop, where I drew the background, tree included, and did some very basic effects, basic by my current standards, some very basic effects, also trying to, am I using the term emulate or simulate? I mean, those are kind of the same thing, aren't they? But just to keep consistency, let me see what did I wrote earlier here. Except was actually blah blah. Trying to emulate. Okay. Also trying to emulate the same level of skills that I had back then for these kinds of effects. Shading, etc. I was trying to emulate the same level of skills that I had back then for these kinds of skills. In other words, I drew this intentionally. Oops, oh my god. Intentionally to look like something I would have made someone is a word, right? Someone in 2009. And this is the result. Crap by my current standards. Why am I having so much trouble typing? Standards. But overall, actually really good for that time period. I'm sure that I would be very happy with this back then. I mean, for one, I definitely would not have been able to draw Silvertrot so cute and so well drawn like this back then. I assure you, 100%. Let's add one more thing here. And to keep in this spirit of the nostalgia trip and emulator, emulation slash simulation of my past skills, I'm also adding below the same kind of technical information that I used to add to every upload back in those days. That is to say, of course, which programs I used to draw this, how many layers I used, etc. Enjoy. Alright, now this stuff here I am going to keep. Now let's change this from Argus to Silver Trot. This copyright to Mike Dragon. Arts copyright to myself, Mike Dragon, Steel, and I'll bite your face off, you filthy scrub. Okay, let me go back here on Windows 10 for a moment. I'm not going to switch the capture for you guys. I just want to check on one of the old uploads from that time to see exactly the information that I used to type. Let's see. Since I tried to emulate more or less the style and scales and stuff that I used to have when I drew that picture, can't remember the name right now. Let's see if I can find that. Oh yeah, Mike Rider. Let me see. Okay, so for that one I had time, tools, layers, and time practicing. Oh, that's dumb. Although to be fair, the style I actually ended up emulating here is actually something a little more advanced than Mike Rider. So let me see something here from a little later in that same year. Oh, you know what? Here, let's look together. Let's try maybe Lament of the King. Actually, no, this one has colored line arts. Let's see Dreaming Dragon. October 20th, 2009. This one does not have information about about layers and stuff. Let me see if I can find the last one that I had those. Seems to have been this one, Wrong Target. Yeah, this definitely has a mix of Open Canvas and Photoshop. So time, tools, and layers. Okay, let's go back. Let's bring you guys back to Windows XP while I keep Windows 10 on my main screen over here. So let's see. I'm gonna have to edit this description later on Windows 10 on Vivaldi browser because I cannot do bold or italic on the text on this browser here, and I will have to use those. Anyway, let's see here. Time. How long did it take? Today alone, it has been around 4 hours. Well, the stream itself today is right now at 4 hours 51 minutes, 52 minutes. But I finished this picture at least 10 minutes ago, more or less, so let's say 4 hours and roughly 4 hours and 40 minutes today alone. But there's also yesterday's last week's stream. Let me look at the VOD from that stream to see how long that one is. Give me just a moment. Actually, let's check that together. So let's bring you guys back to Windows 10 here, back in 2023. We are back to the future. There should be this. Yes. Okay, this is already on XP, but not actually drawing silver. Is where I was selecting the file. Okay, I think by this point is when I was getting started. Yeah, so this was roughly 2 hours, and let's say 2 hours and 44 minutes into that stream, out of a total of 4 hours 45. So I'm bad at math, so I'm gonna use the calculator here. Don't mind me, guys. No, excuse me. Let's see, 4.55 minus 2.44. Is that what I want? 2.11. So let's say 2.11 plus 4, let's say 440. No, let's say 444, 45. So 2.11 plus 4.45, 6 hours and 56 minutes. Let's round it down to 6:55. Okay, let me open this again. And let's take you guys back to 2009 on XP. Let's see, time. About 6 hours and I said 55 minutes, right? And 50 minus 55 minutes. Tools. Open canvas. Actually, since I used the sketch that I drew on Microsoft Paint before doing anything on Open Canvas, I'm gonna put MS Paint before Open Canvas here. So MS Paint, Open Canvas, and Photoshop CS3. And layers, how many layers do we have? Well, back to the old practice of counting the amount of layers. There's a reason why I gave up on doing that. Let's see, background. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 layers. 14 layers. Let me bring my screen here back to Windows 10. Okay, so 14 layers, not including the watermark. Why? Because that is also part of the old description, as you can see right here, except the wording is different. Okay, that should be it. Yeah. Okay, let's bring my screen back to 2009 now. Let me copy this as a backup in case the browser crashes. Now, tags. Mike Dragon, MD, Silver Trot, ST, My Little Pony, My Little Pony. There we go. Now MLP. What other stuff I can add here? Let's add nostalgia. Oops, I messed up. This keyboard that I am using for the second PC does not have LEDs to indicate if I have caps lock on or off, by the way. Nostalgia. Windows XP, why not? Windows XP. Open Canvas. OC. Open Canvas. I think that's enough tags, right? 2009. Why not? Because that is roughly the time period that I was trying to emulate with this picture. And let's see, do I want to send this to a folder? Yes, I want to send this to ponies. And that's it. I don't think I want to send this to any groups. Okay, and submit now. Hey, there we go. I've managed to upload it to DeviantArt from Windows XP. Awesome. Now, if you guys want to... Oh, by the way, is this link working? Yes, it is. Okay, good. Now, I'm gonna go back on Windows 10 and I'm gonna bring you guys along so I can edit the description to make it italic and bold as I need. And then I'm gonna copy the link and drop it in the chat so you guys can check this for yourselves if you like. Because that old browser doesn't seem to be supporting this function. Also, there is another thing that I'll have to check. One moment, the actual formatting. No, I thought this was in bold. Okay. Let's see here. Time, bold, tools, bold, layers, bold. These I don't change them. Yes, I don't. But do I need these to be in italic? I think so. I remember. Let's look at this here. No, this is much older. By the way, I have it here. Okay, by the way, these two pictures here, they are super old. They are like early 2009. The only reason why they are here at the front of my gallery, even though if you open them, you will see that their date, oh, this is actually 2008. They do date from several years ago. The only reason why they are here at the front and not where they should be in chronological order is because for some reason several years ago I sent them to storage. It must have been by accident because there's nothing wrong with these pictures that would justify me sending them to storage, and I must have sent them by mistake, by accident, when I was cleaning up my gallery around mid 2009. So I found that a couple weeks ago, or last week, I don't know, sometime very recently. So I took them out of storage, and DA, instead of putting them back where they should be in chronological order with these uploads, it put right at the front of the gallery. But at least it kept the original date, so there's that. What am I here for again? Alright, I remember. I think. Do I? Yeah, I want the last picture that I use those descriptions. Okay, I remember which one it was. I remember everything now. I remember it was this one. Wrong target. Yeah, that does have italics. So let's italic this. Actually, I think everything there is italic. Yes, everything is italic. Ip-de-boop-de, that is done. Oh yes, there was a bit of text here that I wanted to make italic as well. Also, this I is low key for some reason. This link is... I'm gonna assume it's working. Oh yes, this is what I wanted to make italic. I rocked? What? I missed a B there. Didn't even notice. Okay, now everything should be fine. The link is working fine. Okay, everything's done, and this looks really cute, and it's already my faves. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, oh, hold on. Flap on a hill, and here it is for you guys if you'd like to check this for yourself. The link is in the chat right now. So yeah, we are done. We are done. Let's go back to Windows XP. I have to think of other stuff to draw here on Windows XP, like I used to do back in those days, because this was very fun. This was very, very fun. I did enjoy it. I am a bit triggered by the quality, because as I mentioned earlier, by my current standards, this is way too simple. It is not really that good. So it kind of triggers me a little bit, but it was very fun nonetheless. I want to think of more stuff to do here on XP, and you know, draw like I used to draw back in the day, because this was a very fun experience. I did enjoy it, and I would like to do it again at some point, but most likely I'm not going to do it again on the next Chill Art Sunday, because I mean, we can't live in the past, right? In any case, I would think of something, and in some future Chill Art Sunday I will do something like this again, but preferably something actually completely new, instead of recycling the sketch from something that is already finished and uploaded years ago. No, like I did with this little silver here. But for now, I will remind you guys that I stream every week on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays, where I play trucking games every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, mostly American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator 2. I play those interchangeably. And I play a different game every Friday, also at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. I might be playing some more GoldenEye this next gaming Friday, by the way. And on Sundays, every Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, I do art live just like today. So if you enjoy good music and a nice chat, maybe learn something along the way, you are very welcome to join me. And wait, save? Yeah, sure, save. Don't save anything here. Yeah, I also have a Discord server available. It's called Dragon Realms if you would like to join. There is a link below the stream. The link sometimes, however, does break, so if you try to use it and it doesn't work, then you can message me either on DeviantArt or on Twitter, and I will send you a link directly through there. My name at DeviantArt is here on the top of the screen. It is Mike the Dragon, and on Twitter it is @_MikeDragon. The server for the moment is only accessible by members of the art group Dragon Realms over at DeviantArt, and to subscribers to my channel here on Twitch. So if you are one of those, you should have access to the server. You can also send me a whisper here on Twitch if the link doesn't work for you. That might even be easier. But I will be opening the server to the general public in the very near future. But for now, only members of the art group and subscribers should be able to join. And that's gonna be everything for today. I am tired, I need to sleep. I need to rest, and I need some food. And yeah, that's where I'm gonna leave you guys for now. I wish you all an awesome week. Make this next week be a better one than the one before. And enjoy the rest of your evening, if it is still evening. Have a very good day, if it is a new day. And if it is Monday for you, then I am so sorry. But I have a happy one regardless. In any case, until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all, stay safe and healthy, and as always, dream of dragons, everyone. Oh, hold on, there's one last thing that I gotta do before we actually go away. Hang on a moment, that's the wrong window. Frick. Adjust audio properties. Sounds. Wait. Ah, yes. Here we go. Wait, is that the one? Yeah, that should be the one. Anyway. Dream of dragons, everyone. And bye-bye. See you soon. Bye.
So
or present some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings aren't exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. Good bad and taking trips because they'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. Citrus can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let them on my opinion of such enough. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the show. Good bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just glow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking trips because you've got to be more grand. You've got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus can be your fuse when you can see where fossils lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You've got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. Don't bet on taking trips because you got to be more grand. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your trips to trash.